Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So today is Monday, so that means we're going to be covering a lot of Linux stuff today. So let's go over what we're going to be doing in the 4 different parts of today's stream. So the first part of the stream, we're going to be doing some gaming. We're going to be playing some puzzle games. We're going to be finishing off this game called 20 Small Mazes. It's a game that you can get for free on Steam right now, and I think it's always going to be free, so you don't need to be in a big hurry to get it. But if you want to, you can go get it over at Steam, over at the link that I provided in the chat. So what else is going on today? So after that, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool. So we're coming pretty close to the end of our web app hacking course, and we're going to be doing session number 6. Session number 6 has to do with SQL injection vulnerabilities, and we're going to be learning about what these vulnerabilities are, and we're going to be learning about some basics about SQL injection. So that's going to be the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing a demo for Linux Privilege Escalation Labs over at the hackmyvm.io website. There's a game called Hades, and I'm going to be doing a few levels from that game to demonstrate some different privilege escalation techniques that we can see on Linux machines. Okay, and the last thing we're doing today is we're doing a new challenge from the Vulnyx.com website. This is a virtual machine that you can download and deploy to your own virtual machine network and then do hacking against it. The challenge is called Twitx, and this comes from a very good CTF challenge creator, and if you want to check it out yourself, this is where you can find it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the first topic. So the first topic is going to be our puzzle game, and let me put 60 minutes on the clock so that we know when to stop, and let's go ahead and get into the game. Alright, so this is 20 small mazes. You should be able to hear the game audio, at least I think you should be able to. Just name, hello, first time here. Hello, nice to see you here, just name. And how are you doing? Let's give you a Hack the Planet to welcome you on in. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Yeah, so just name, where did you hear about the stream? And if you're here for cybersecurity stuff, we're going to be starting a little lesson in about an hour or so. But we're going to be warming up with a little bit of gaming right now. And Bakora, I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Let us know how to pronounce your name. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're hoping to finish the game today. So let's go ahead and go over to our save game. And we're continuing on with these puzzles. So this is a game with 20 small mazes. Fameless. Hello, nice to see you here. Hello, hello. Let's see. I have to include a sliding puzzle. It's the law. Oh, okay. So here what we're trying to do is we're just trying to direct our what is it, ball, our red ball over here, and get to the exit. So I kind of hate sliding puzzles, but I suppose we can work around this. I hope this doesn't get me super stuck, because I really hate slidey puzzles. Nope. The only way we can get around this is if we slide something like down here. Yeah, nope, that doesn't work either. And let's see, Lord of the Fries. Lord of the Fries is a great name. Hello, nice to see you here. We're just warming up here with a little bit of gaming, and then hopefully we can, after about an hour or so, we're gonna get into the hacking topic. Oh, okay. So we need to be. Let's see. Yeah, we need to get ourselves about two lines to the left, or 2 columns over to the left. So how are we going to do this? So we need to get... Okay, so we can... Nope. I guess we can go down here, but we need to find some way to get over to this line. But how are we going to do that? Okay, we can. I don't think this I don't think this helps us. Okay, we can go up here, and then the reason why we're playing some puzzle games right now is we're just trying to try to keep our problem-solving skills. We try to, you know, test our problem-solving skills. I'm not especially a person who really likes puzzle games, but I figure I should teach myself how to do some puzzle gaming because it is gonna help me. It's gonna help me get better at solving problems. And I think what we need to do is we need to, yeah, this one here. So we can bring ourselves into the same thing, the same tile as the exit. And then we need to find some way to maneuver up to the top. Is this it? Hold on. No, it's not. Where's the one that is next to this one? The one that lets us out? Yeah, this one right here. So we need to find... So this leads to the exit. We need to find a way to get into this position. Okay, this'll bring us down. So I'm just kind of doing this from instinct. I don't know if this is the best way to do it, but we can get over here. Okay. And we need to find our way to this. Yeah, I think we're pretty close. We're getting pretty close. Or at least I thought we were getting pretty close. But we need to get into this square here. Nope, not this one. This one? Yeah. I mean, is this isn't it. I'm pretty sure this one is not the right one. Yeah, it's... Okay, so I'm kind of going around in a circle. Oh, okay, so we can go down this way. And then up. Nope. Yeah, this isn't matching. Up, over, and round. Okay, and then Man. Over, and then... up. Yeah, it feels like... What other piece is going to fit here? So this is 1, 2, 3. This is 3 up. 1, 2, 3 up. 1, 2. Maybe this one? This one. There's this one. We want to get to... Okay, so the best way to work through a maze is to do it backwards, right? So we need to figure out what our end goal looks like. This is the end goal. So if only we could mark these. If we could mark these, it would be much easier, much easier on ourselves. So we want to. So this is the path we want to take. So we want to come in from here, and we want to exit from the upper left. No, the upper right. So we want to find some way to get to the upper right on our screen here. So our screen is here. This brings us down, but we want to go up. This also brings us down. This also brings us down. Do they all bring us down? There's not a single one. So this is, let's see, 1, 2, 3 on the right. And is there any that have 1, 2, 3 on the right and also bring us up? 1, 2, 3 on the right. No, no, no. No. These all bring us down. So I guess what we need to do is we need to retrace our steps. Is there a method of resetting this puzzle? I kind of wish there was. Okay, so I guess we just keep on going down then. Down. And we can keep on going down. We want to find something that curves up and to... Maybe here? No. Okay, this continues to go down. And this goes, okay, I think if we can line it up here? No. Not there. This one maybe? No. Something that goes up. These all go down. And it feels like this all goes in a big circle. Nope. Not here either. Not there. This continues to go in the same kind of direction. Yeah, okay. So we need to find a piece that goes from the bottom and then curves upwards. Are there any like that? So there's this piece over here that I'm looking at. This one curves upwards, but we need to enter from the top left. Top left. Anything that goes to the top left? Nope. I think this might be it. Well, okay, this goes to the bottom. That's not it. That's is also not it. Nope. Nope. Oh man. I think, okay, I think this is the one that we're looking for here. So this also brings us down. And we need to find the one tile that brings us up, because this is all bringing us down. Yeah, this all brings us down. And then we want to somehow exit to this particular square. Okay. Guess keep on going down. This keeps us going down. This lets us exit to the right. So we want to exit to the right, but we don't want to go down. We want to go in some other direction. Straight is fine. If we could find a piece that lets us curve up, that would be the best. I don't think there is one. Let's scan the available. So these all bring us down. Yeah. So I guess we're forced to go down, but that just brings us around in a giant circle again. Yeah. Okay, you know what? Just for the sake of our sanity, let's work on another puzzle, because we can do these in any order. Okay, let's I found a painting. Click and hold to pick up. Let's click and hold. Pick it up. Okay. And I think do we have everything we need for this puzzle? Password reminder. What is going on here? Z to undo, R to restart. Password reminder. Oh, we can push these things. Okay. So we've got our little ASCII art guy. We need to push these things aside. So this is an example of Sokoban, which is a type of warehouse puzzle. It's kind of like Baba Is You. Okay, so I'll just slide this over to the center so that we know what we're looking at. And I am the what is it? The ampersand symbol here. So I just need to navigate through the maze without getting stuck. I have to. So the hash symbols represent walls, and the asterisks are boulders that I can move around. So I need to go like this to clear a path. Okay, and then I move this boulder down. What is the D here? What does that represent? Am I supposed to... Is this the door? Z to undo, R to restart. Okay, so I'm gonna Z a few times. Okay, so am I revealing the password? So it's AD something something. Okay, so this all right. So D is revealed over here. We move this down to the bottom. Can we push multiple boulders aside in a row? Yeah, it looks like we can. Okay, so that means we need to go down here, push this stuff to the side, then push up, whoops, and then push this over, and then move this boulder here, up, ADM something. Alright. Alright. Not too much more to go. We can only push the boulder this way to the right, and then right again, and then we push these. Yeah, okay, great. And B, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just playing a little puzzle game right now, and it looks like I'm gonna get the password here. So move this aside. This is admin. Okay, this has got to be the password. It's got to be admin. Go here. We need to push these over. No. Push these over, push these over. No. Push these over, push these over, push this down, push this up, and then we clear a path. Okay. So clear the path and reveal the final letter, which is the letter N. So admin is the password. So this isn't a maze that you can solve, I guess. So it's just Oracle Writer says this looks fun. Yeah, you can get it yourself. It's let me get the link. So here's the link for if you want to get it on Steam. There you go. Okay, so admin is the password. Let's put this away. And where did we have to input the password? We need to find that. See inside hills. So inside hills, we got, this is how you beat the game. I guess there's a progress bar here. We'll just shift it off to the side. Is this based on real skills and techniques? I wouldn't say that this is based on real skills and techniques, but it's kind of like a problem-solving exercise. So I found a coin. Hold and click and hold to pick up. Alright, done. Problem solving is a skill. Yeah, learning how to solve different problems, that's a skill. So the password, we found out that the password is admin. So admin, and this is sun. Okay, I guess we can combine this with this thing that we found that says look inside hills. What? I don't even know what the heck was going on there. But apparently we solved that puzzle. Alright, we got Untitled Draft, and we got this sliding puzzle. I do not like this sliding puzzle. We'll leave this one for last. Okay, so Untitled Draft, this looks a little bit weird. We'll leave this for last. We got Scavenger Hunt, find the missing items. So that we've only got, we got 2 more items to go here, so I guess we'll unlock these items by solving more puzzles. You found a book. Click and hold to pick up. Okay, that leaves one more. We found a bone. Hold and click to click and hold to pick up. Okay, so I think we can we can solve the scavenger hunt puzzle now that we have all the pieces. And I mean, it seems pretty easy. You just follow the path. Okay, and then not a hard puzzle at all. Up and over, down and around, and finished. Okay, we're getting pretty close. I think we've got 5 puzzles left. That's my guess. We got this. See inside hills. What does it say? Uh-oh. Can't move this one. Okay, what else do we have here? So we can see inside the hill. And it looks like we can move our guy in here. But let's move this stuff aside first. Okay, and we are going down. And then around and up. So, Alright, what else do we got? Looks like we need to move this, shift everything else to the side so we can see what's going on in the puzzle. In the maze. Let's get rid of this. So we're getting pretty close. We're getting pretty close to the end. Okay. So this kind of reminds me of the mazes that you would find on the back on the backs of cereal boxes. I don't know about you guys. Okay, that's finished. Okay, that's one more. So we've got these kind of abstract looking puzzles to do left. So the idea, okay, let's take a look at these notes for Untitled Draft. So the idea is to have maze blocks with arrows. They push the player where you click on them. They push the players where you click on them. Need to add the maze, lol. Also, everything is spawning in a weird place. Movement of the player isn't working either. Add the text that says Z to undo. Okay, I think we'll save this one for later. What about this one? My 6-year-old drew this maze. Okay, so shield, sword, magic potion. Magic potion keeps you safe from the lava at the exit. Goblin, need a sword and shield to defeat. And we got our sword, we've got our shield. And where do we start? Move your cursor here, don't click. Move your cursor here, don't click. Okay. Oh, so we need to drag this with the mouse. We need to get the shield and the sword. Alright. We got the shield. Next we need to get the sword. Over, down, in the middle here. And then we need to defeat the goblin, which is at the upper right. Travel down here. Up. And then past the goblin. And get the magic potion, which keeps you safe from the lava at the exit. So where is the exit? The exit, I guess we need to circle back around. This kind of reminds me of Flash games. Okay, we got invisible lava. And then the exit is the door down here. Done. Okay, we got 2 more. We got 2 more before we're finished. Untitled Draft. So what do we have here? Segfaults, hello, nice to see you here. We're just solving some puzzles. Okay, so the idea is to have maze blocks with arrows pushing the player where you click on them. Where are we? So we can click on these maze blocks. I don't see an exit. So where the... Oh, okay, the exit's over here. So the exit's over on this side. Like adventure. Adventure? Kind of. No name, hello. Nice to see you here. What is up? We're just trying to solve a little... So the only thing we can do is we can click on these arrows. What we need to do is we need to find an arrow that points towards the door so that we can move into the door. I'm guessing that we can also move these arrows up. So we can do Z to undo and R to restart. Okay, that's good. We got a down arrow here as well. So we can click on the down arrow. We want to line it up so that we can move our ball into the door over here. No Name asks, what is the next topic? Oh, okay, sorry. I forgot to set up the topics. Let me do that now. Okay, so topic 1 is 20 small mazes. Topic 2 is HackerFrogs AfterSchool. And we're going to be doing that in about 30 minutes. So you should be able to see the topics over at the top of the overlay on the screen. No Name asks, do you play chess? I know the rules of chess, but I don't really play. So I have played in the past. I'm not good at chess. But I do know a little bit of the basics, like how the pieces move. Okay, so we need to set it up so we can push these up. Hold on, let me restart the puzzle. So the first move has to be this. We need to move the ball up here. And then we need to push the ball somewhere. I guess the obvious thing would be to move the ball over here, and then move the ball over here, and then move it up, and then move it over. So from here, do we move it down? Move it down to line up with this. Move it down so it lines up with this. We want to line it up with the door over here. So 2 more. Yeah. And then how do we get it over to the right? Does the move end if the puzzle move? Does the move end if the puzzle moves? So, I mean, everything is anchored. So the entire puzzle is anchored, so we just need to find a way to find a way to move the arrows somehow. We can click on the arrows to move them around. I don't see any Are there any paths where we can move the arrows, where we can have one arrow move another arrow? Because that would be handy. If we... Maybe what we're supposed to be doing is we're just supposed to move these down and then have this arrow move... this stuff over here, but the thing is that I don't see a way we can... Where do you attend... Lord of the Fries asks, where do you attend university? I haven't attended university in a long time. I didn't go to university to study about cybersecurity or anything tech-related. I went to school for arts. I got a degree in illustration with a concentration... Well, no, a degree in... what was it? Traditional... Was it general fine arts or traditional fine arts with a concentration in illustration? But yeah, that's what I went to university for. So I wonder if we could somehow find a way to move the door as well. The thing is that the way the arrows are lined up, they'll never really interact with each other. Let me restart. So if we restart here, we could move the arrows around by having one arrow push another arrow. But I don't see much of a use for this. Well, not right now anyways. So we need to push the ball around with these arrows. I guess we could also push this up arrow, but I don't know. I'm not too sure if this really helps us. I guess we'll find out. Okay, so this doesn't this doesn't really help because we need the up arrow as well. Okay, up, 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 and then we need this over here because we need to be able to push this arrow up, and then we need to push this arrow to the left. This pushes to the left, this pushes up, and then this pushes to the right. So there's got to be something. There's got to be some trick. Need to add the maze. Also, everything is spawning in a weird place. Movement of the player isn't working either. Add the text that says Z to undo, R to restart. So we can't move our ball in the usual way by doing, you know, one of the arrow keys. So the only thing we can do is we can just click on these arrows here to move the stuff around. And I guess we're ultimately... So this, after we hit these, you know, these obstacles, it doesn't let us move anymore. So I mean, we can move this over here, if there was an up arrow that we could click on to bring the ball up, that would be great, but it doesn't exist. Let's just... we can click on this arrow. Oh. I guess what we would try to do is we would try to set it up so that some arrows block each other. The thing is that I don't see how we can get that done. Okay, restart the thing. So let's say we've got this over here, and we can move the up arrow over to here. And if we were to somehow be able to get the ball to line up here, we'd be able to push it up into the door. Or I guess also if we could somehow get the ball to end up here, then we could use this arrow to push the ball into the door. But now we're missing the vital components to get that done. Okay, let's restart. So let's suppose what we really want to do is we want to get the ball into this position right here. Push this here, push this up, push this over, and then suddenly the stuff isn't working anymore. We got... if we restart... I wonder if pushing this arrow down would achieve anything that we want either. Okay, over, up. Over. This would go up. Oh man. Okay, so we have two mazes left, but the mazes are they're a bit tricky. I guess it would be nice if I could restart the sliding puzzle as well. This puzzle's a bit rough. I'm probably more likely to solve this this draft puzzle. Maze blocks with arrows pushing the player when you click on them. Yeah. So these first two steps always get done. This one also needs to happen. This right here. And then we push up from here. And this pushes over, which lets us push up. Although, what happens if we push this all the way up here, and then we push this one over? This doesn't work, because there's nothing to catch the ball on this side of the screen. Okay, let us undo that. So that means that this has to go like this, which means we need to bring it down. Okay. So if that's the case, the problem is that these arrows, they'll never intersect with each other, so we can't get them to push each other around. Not in any way that helps us. I mean, we could move this all the way down here and then have it push the ball over in this direction, but it doesn't really... This doesn't really help us too much either, because once we get to about this part here, there's no way for us to push it up. There's got to be something I'm missing here. This is how you beat the game. You beat the game by completing the puzzles. So I'm pretty sure we're stuck on the last two puzzles here. Oh, you know what? I wonder if there's something meta we could do to introduce a new arrow into the game. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't have to do with any of this stuff. Okay, we can reset the thing. That resets all the arrows. Let's figure out which arrows we can move around. We can bring this one down. We can bring this one down. We can bring this one down as well. So this... Oh, you know what we can do? We can bring these down. Then we can start pushing these other arrows. We'll push this arrow up here, and then which means that we can push this ball along the horizontal line. Move it along the horizontal line. I think we're on the right track here. Yeah, I just need to figure out which series of arrows to put where, and then we can push the thing into the exit. So if we push these, we can... We ultimately need something to push the thing up. Now what is going to let us push? So we got up going over here. We need to go... We also need... Man, I don't... I want to push all the stuff at the same time. Okay, let's reset the thing one more time. So, what were we doing here? So we were can move this stuff around. Wait, what happened? Why is there... It looks like we should have an extra space, but it looks like this is all put together. We're also... Push up. Up. Alright, alright. Push these down. I guess we can also... Yeah, we'll push these down. And these can... That one up arrow is definitely the most important. 2 up arrows. So we need up arrows to push the thing up. We also need up arrows, and we need arrows that move over to the right hand side. So these right arrows, we need to find some way to move these around. So we got these things. Maybe we need something like this. I mean, we can go all the way up here. The problem is finding a way to put this right arrow in this position. This is not going to be easy. Over, up, here. Up, over, oh, I think we've got it. So I can just bring these all the way over to this side. What is going on here? Anyways, we can, whoops, bring these over, and this, well, just bring the thing up. Up, whoops, oh. Did that work? That worked. Oh no, we've got this sliding puzzle left. I hate this thing. Okay, well, oh geez. So here's the thing. Maybe I should take a picture. Maybe I should take a picture. I should use my pen, my pen tool, to start thinking about how to solve this thing. What we really want to do is we want to find some way to go up and to the right, up and to the right. But everything, we haven't been able to find like a good path. We should be able to find a path because we can see everything. We can go up. Sure, let's just try going up. We're trying to get over to like this part. Hold on. This only goes, this goes up. Okay, and then we, when I solve this sliding puzzle, it's gonna feel a lot like I just lucked into it. If I solve this sliding puzzle. Okay, so this brings us over. Yeah. Okay, so this brings us over this way. And this brings us up. Oh, you know what? Okay. I think I see a path. All right. Up here, and then we need to bring this one in the corner in line. Yeah, here. Okay, this brings us up to the top here, and what we want to do is we want to bring it along this corridor here to get to the door. So we just need to... No, this doesn't line up. Okay. We need to find something else that lines up here. This doesn't line up. Maybe this one? Here. Okay, this will bring us... This looks... Wait. Can we actually go off the edge here? I don't think... No, we can't go off the edge. Okay, so we need to find something... Maybe... Nope. Hold on, I really want to bring this down to the bottom. Okay, so this will bring us up and to the right. And then from here... We want to go... Maybe we need to get... Oh, man. Huh. Okay. We could also solve it by bringing it to something that goes down here. So I see a path here that gets to the door as well. So that would be down and the lower left. The lower left exiting to the lower left. Something like this. This exits to the lower left. So we need to get in here. That seems like a bit of... That seems a bit tricky right now. I think we need to go back the other way then. Okay, go back the other way. And then... Sure, why not this way? And then up. and then around. Kind of. I was really hoping that I'd be able to finish this game today. Okay. This is a dead end. This doesn't work at all. Nope. I hate sliding puzzles. Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna have to do this some other time, because I might be stuck here for another 20 minutes or something, and we've got schedules to stick to. So, what are we doing next? I don't think it makes a complete puzzle either. So I think, I think the point of it is that we need to find a way to maneuver the thing into place. But anyways, let's get out of here. We finished this topic. We're going to be doing the second topic, and we're going to put the third topic on deck. So the second topic is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web App Hacking session number 6, and then we're going to be doing some privilege escalation labs over with Linux. So let's go ahead and get out of the game. And you know what? I think I'll put on a little bit of super dramatic music from, I think it's from like XCOM or something. But actually, wait, we don't usually do music for the education topics. So let's get into it. Okay, so this is the right document, and if you want to join in along with us, you'll need an account over at tryhackme.com. So tryhackme.com is a very popular cybersecurity education platform. Here's the link, and let's get started into this next topic. So I'll put 60 minutes on the clock, and let's talk about it. Over here, where are we? All right, everybody, this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're doing SQL injection, or otherwise known as SQL injection, with TryHackMe Part 1. So we're going to be doing 2 different sessions on SQL injection because it's kind of a big topic, and even introducing it, we're going to need a couple of hours. So let's get into this. So what we learned in the previous workshop. This is the 6th Intro to Web App Hacking workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following web app hacking concepts. We learned about SQL. So SQL is otherwise known as Structured Query Language, is a programming language used for managing data held in relational databases. So these are the databases that hold usernames and passwords and all sorts of other information on most of your web apps. Simply put, SQL allows users to access and manage data contained in relational databases, which are common components in most web applications. So unless your web page is nothing but a static information page, you're usually going to be able to log into the web page and then get access to differing information depending on which user you are. So the SQL database is usually the place where this information is stored. In the previous workshop, we used SQL queries to retrieve relevant data on the SQL Murder Mystery game in the SQL Zoo, but we're going to move on to this workshop, and in this workshop, we're going to be learning SQL injection hacks through the TryHackMe platform. TryHackMe is a popular cybersecurity education platform with educational modules called rooms that span a great number of cybersecurity disciplines. So in this workshop, we'll be making use of one of TryHackMe's interactive rooms to learn more about SQL hacking. But if we want to use the TryHackMe platform, we must first have a valid user account for the website. If needed, sign up for an account at the following URL. So this is tryhackme.com/signup. So if you want to join on along with us, this is what you need to do. You need to make an account over there. Then you need to log in. So before we get started, let's just talk about some basics over here. What is SQL injection? So SQL injection is a web app vulnerability where SQL commands are passed to the web app database through insecure user input. SQL injection vulnerabilities can lead to sensitive data exposure, admin account takeover, web server takeover, and more. So SQL injection is one of the most, what is the word? One of the most serious web app vulnerabilities that can exist on a web application. And what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be going over to the TryHackMe room. So the TryHackMe room is at this address over here. And we're going to be accessing this. I'll teach you how to start this up. And here we are at the room. So I'm going to reset the room so that I can show everybody what it looks like when it's fresh. So I'll leave the room and then I'll rejoin the room. Okay, where are we? Okay, so if after you've logged into the website, go over to the link SQL injection LM at tryhackme.com. And it says over here to access material, start machines, and answer questions, you need to join the room. There's going to be a green join room button over here. You can go ahead and click on that. And then afterwards, you're going to see task number 1. So task number 1, it gives you a very brief breakdown of what SQL language is and what SQL injection is. So the only thing we need to understand here is that SQL injection is a very serious web app vulnerability. It's a very old web application vulnerability. It's also very damaging, and we need to answer the question. So the question is, what does SQL stand for? So SQL stands for Structured Query Language. Okay, we'll submit that. Okay, done. Great. So we'll do task number 2. What is a database? So there's if you want to take a look at all the information that is on this page, it gives a lot of good information that talks about the structure of SQL databases. But what we really need to understand here is this. Am I looking at the wrong? Hold on. I need to check the version of the document I'm looking at. Just a second. Okay, this should be number 6. Ah, okay. I think I understand. All right, let's go through some of the stuff over at the TryHackMe room. So the TryHackMe room has a lot of good information here. So it talks about databases. So in the SQL system, the largest organizational unit is the database. So the database has a bunch of information in the this is the database server. So the database server is the computer that runs the databases, and the database server could have a bunch of different databases on it. So the database in this example here, we've got a shop database, a staff database, and an accounts database. In each one of these databases, there are a bunch of tables, And tables are basically the one smaller organizational unit from the database. Tables have a bunch of different information about various topics. So you might have a database called shop. It might have a bunch of tables, and the tables might be called users, products, and orders. And inside those tables, there are some columns and rows which have information about these different things. So same thing with the staff over here. Staff is made up of a bunch of tables. We've got users, information, and audit. And the accounts database has customers, orders, and payroll. So tables are, well, this is an example of a table over here, and there are two important items that you need to understand about these tables. So that there are columns in the table, which is ID, username, and password in this case, and then there are rows. So the columns have the name of the information that should be under them, and the rows are the actual information. So ID is, you can think of these as keys and values. So the ID key has a value of 1, the username key has a value of John, and the password key has a value of pass123, etc., etc. So these are the columns here, and these are the rows. The rows are the actual information, and the columns are the names of what should be put in there. Okay, so let's answer the questions below. What is the acronym of software that controls a database? So when you use a database, they fall under a specific system that is running the database software. So the database software, it could be MySQL or MariaDB or PostgreSQL. There are a bunch of different softwares that run the SQL programming language. And in this case, these are called database management software. Database management software. So this is called a DBMS. So this is the answer here. And the next question is, what is the name of the grid-like structure which holds the data? So can anybody answer for me what the name of the grid-like structure that holds the data is in these databases? So inside of a database, you'll find several blank, and the blank has rows and columns. Tables, that's correct. So Bobby dropped tables, that's a big meme. Anyways, okay. So task number 3, what is SQL? So we'll try to get through this as quickly as possible. So we got structured query language, and most of the time when we do these queries, we're writing statements kind of like this. So select star from users. So in the previous session, we talked about how to get relevant information from the database by using the language here. So in this case, select star from users. So select means retrieve something. Star means all of the columns. So in this case, ID, username, and password. And from users means get the information from the users table. Pretzel Pete says SQL. Hey, I'm learning about SQL. Awesome, awesome, yeah. So we're learning about SQL so that we can hack SQL. But yeah. Okay, so this kind of query right here will retrieve all of the entries, and it'll reveal the ID, username, and password columns in the users table. Okay, we've also got select username password from users, and in this case, it doesn't retrieve all of the columns, just the username and password. What we need to illustrate here is that when we use SQL, we can make our queries very, very specific. And then they've got another limiter here, limit 1. So in here, we do select star from users limit 1, which means that we're only going to retrieve one row. So limit means it's a restriction on the number of rows that are returned. In this case, it's just 1. So in this case, we get all the information from the users table, but we only retrieve the first row. So when we do stuff like this, it's usually going to retrieve the first row that would naturally appear in the results. And then we can specify, we can filter this further by using some keywords over here. So select star from users where username equals admin. So we're only going to retrieve the rows from the table, from the users table, where the username equals admin. So inside of username, it must have this value here, admin. Pretzel Pete says select star from user where name equals empty string or password equals password or 1 equals 1. Would this be correct? So let me take a look here. Where name equals blank string or password equals password or 1 equals 1. So yeah, that looks about right. That should be a legitimate SQL bypass. So what were we looking at before? So in the previous session we were looking at which one were we looking at? It's Night Labs. This one over here. So this is a pretty good application for testing some of your SQL queries. And if you go over to here, they've got a person table. So we got a person table. We've got select star from person where name equals empty string or 1 equals 1, and then comment everything out. Well, we don't need to comment everything out in this case, but it's either going to be empty string or true. If we run something like this, it's going to return everything because this is because of the or statement and the 1 equals 1, the individualized true statement here. Yeah, let's go back to the try hack me room. Okay, so this will only return rows where the username is equal to admin, and the other one is a query that only returns rows where the username is not admin. So we can do something. Select star. Where are we again? Not equal to admin is this symbol here. And select star from users where username is admin or username equals John, which is going to return both of these. And let's see, we can also use the like keyword over here to retrieve partial matches. So username equals admin. So select star from users where username like a, and then a bunch of a and then wildcard. So we can demonstrate this over here. So select star from person where name equals, where name not equals, we need to use like in this case. So name like, and let's just say Chris. So something Chris, we can put these between some ampersands here. We can run that. And then we got Christopher, Krista, Christoph, Krista, and all the other stuff here. So these are for partial matches. Okay, let's see. The next thing we need to understand is the union statement over here. So union statement combines the results of 2 or more select statements and retrieves the data from either single or multiple tables. So when we do SQL injection, one of the most common types of SQL injection is a union select SQL injection attack, where we try to get information from more than one table, because oftentimes the table that we're currently looking inside when we do our SQL injection is not the table we actually want to look at. So we can use a union statement to get information from more than one table and get relevant information that way. Okay, so what do we have over here? So let's see, we have one table called customers with the following contents. So the customers table has ID, name, address, city, postcode, and the suppliers table has ID, company, address, city, and postal code. So these are essentially the same thing, only the name and the company tables, the name of the company columns represent the name of the customer or the company, respectively. So using the following SQL statement, we can gather results from the two tables and put them into one result set. So that would be select name, address, city, postcode from customers, union select. So it's basically doing two select statements at the same time. So select name, address, city, postal code from customers, and then add to it company address, city, postcode from suppliers. So in this case, we get both the name, both the customers, as well as the company names over here. Okay, so what else do we have? We've got the insert statement. So the insert statement in SQL is used to create new rows or to create new data inside of the table. So for example, we got here insert into users, username, password, values, Bob, password 123. So this is going to create a new user in the users table. We specify their username and password inside of the statement as Bob and password 123. And this is going to add this entry over here, this one. Okay. So we also have update, and this is used to modify the information inside the table. So for example, we've got update users. So update in the users table, set username, root password 123, where username equals admin. So where the username was previously admin, they're going to replace the username and they're going to make it root instead, and they're going to replace the password with password 123. So there was previously an admin user, but they've replaced it with this value here. And then we got delete. Delete statement tells the database we wish to delete one or more rows of data. So delete from users where username equals Martin. It finds the row where the username is named Martin, and it deletes all the information from that row. Segfault says just become root. Yeah, that's the goal, I guess. That's the goal in these hacking exercises. So delete from users. Because no where clause was being used in the query, all data was being deleted from the table. So delete from users, this is, yeah. So most of the time when we're doing SQL injection, we definitely don't want to do anything destructive inside of the system. So we try to avoid stuff like deleting data or modifying user data where we don't have to. Sometimes we have to, of course, but most of the time we try to not be destructive when we do our hacking exercises. Sick in the mind, hello, nice to see you here. We're just going over some basic SQL stuff. Which SQL statement is used to retrieve data? So getting data from the system, that's your basic select statement. Delete from users, AI generated SQL, of course. It has to be. Which SQL clause can be used to retrieve data from multiple tables? So this is important. So I mentioned that one of the SQL clauses can be used to get data from multiple tables. What was that? Do you remember? It was the union statement. Pretzel Pete says just to import delete star. Delete star, of course. Yeah. We're going to avoid doing super destructive stuff, but yeah, thanks for letting us know about that. Segfault says union, that's correct. Which SQL statement is used to add data? So if we're going to be adding stuff to the table, we would have to do something inside the table. In this case, it's insert. Okay, let's move on. So what is SQL injection? So in this case, we're talking about SQL injection, and SQL injection can happen in a lot of different places. Some people think that SQL injection can only happen in user input submission fields. You can actually have SQL injection in the URL or inside of a URL parameter here, for example. And so in this example here, you can see that there is a blog entry that's going to be selected depending on the ID parameter. So the ID equals 1. The web application needs to retrieve the article from the database, and it may use an SQL statement that looks like this. So select star from blog, where ID equals 1 and private equals 0, limit 1. So it's going to get an article from the database. It's going to get it where the ID of the article equals 1, and it has to be not private. So private equals 0, and it's going to only retrieve the first entry. Okay, so let's pretend article 2 is still locked as private, and it cannot be viewed on the website. So instead we could call the URL this over here. So ID equals 2, and then comment out, complete the statement with the semicolon, and then give a, a comment out instruction with the double dashes here. So this creates this SQL statement, which is select star from blog where ID equals 2. So because we're commenting out the rest of the query here, it doesn't get this instruction to make sure that the blog article is private, and limit 1, which means we could potentially get more than one row from this. So this kind of SQL injection could be used to retrieve data that you're not supposed to see. So that would be bad if ID equals 2 was super secret, like a CTF flag. That's correct. So you might find a CTF challenge where the goal is to do something like this. So the semicolon in the URL signifies the end of the SQL statement, and the 2 dashes cause everything else to be treated as a comment. So if there's further SQL instructions that are inside the original query, we can ignore those by using the comment out. Okay, so what character signifies the end of an SQL query? So SQL is a regular programming language, which means that all of the statements have to be terminated with this special character. Do you know what the special character is? Okay, I'll reveal the answer in 3, 2, 1. So SQL is a regular programming language, which means everything has to be terminated with the semicolon. So semicolon is the answer. Stick in the Mind says, I'm the special character. Well, I mean, I'm sure we're all special characters in our own stories. But thank you very much, Segvaltz and Pretzel P. Okay, so let's see. We're going to be actually doing some SQL injection now in task number 5. If you're wondering what what exercise we're looking at this room right here. It's called SQL Injection LM. Okay, so in-band SQL injection. So in-band SQL injection is the easiest type to detect and hack. In-band just refers to the same method of communication being used to hack the vulnerability and retrieve the results. So we call something an in-band SQL injection if we're able to send and receive the data that is the result of our SQL injection in the same web application. So in this task number 5, we're going to be starting up the machine that has the SQL vulnerable web application. And we should be able to see it in 2 minutes or so. In the meantime, we can take a look at the rest of these types of SQL injection that we're going to be learning about. We're not going to be learning them all today, but yeah, it's good to know what these are. So the next category of SQL injection is error-based SQL injection. This just means that the errors that the SQL application might throw, they're returned back to the web application. So it's useful for easily obtaining information about the database structure, as error messages from the database are directly printed to the browser screen. This can often be used to enumerate a whole database. So we call something error-based SQL injection if we're able to cause the SQL system to return error messages if we give it faulty SQL queries. Okay, so the next type of SQL injection we're taking a look at is union-based SQL injection. So this type of injection utilizes the SQL union operator alongside a select statement to return additional results to the page. So this method is the most common way of extracting large amounts of data via an SQL injection vulnerability. Okay, so we've got our, so union-based means that we're going to use the union statement in SQL in order to get information from more than one table. Okay, so let's see. So everybody, after your so we got we'll just keep this on the same page here. All right, the key to discovering error-based SQL injection is to break the code's SQL query by typing certain characters until an error message is produced. This is most commonly single apostrophes or quotation marks. So single quotation marks or double quotation marks. So we can see here that the SQL injection is actually in the URL parameter. So ID equals 1. So Pretzel Pete is correct. So you can use single quotes or double quotes. So sometimes SQL statements are written using double quotes for strings, and sometimes it's single quotes. So you just need to figure out which one it is. If you give a single quote and submit it to the system up here, and it gives you an error message, that means that there's a potential SQL injection vulnerability. 187, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. So the thing is that if you give a double quote in this case, it's also going to tell you that there's something wrong. So single quote or double quote, either one is going to give you an error. And we see here that this also gives us an indication that this particular app is vulnerable to SQL injection. If you give a semicolon and it still gives you something that looks normal, then that means it's interpreting the semicolon as an SQL instruction. Look like backticks to me. Were those backticks? I mean, I'm pretty sure if you give a backtick, it'll also throw an error because it doesn't like these special characters like backticks. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to give a, well, the good thing about this application is it actually tells you what the SQL query looks like after you give the instruction. And to pass this level of the exercise, we need to get the user Martin's password. So somehow we're going to do that. What we need to do here is they're asking us to try setting the mock browser's ID parameter to 1 union select 1. So 1 union select 1. Okay? So we're trying to figure out, right now what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out if we can use a union select statement to retrieve additional data from the application. So if you give 1 union select 1, we get this error message. Cybernerd Dante says, yay, SQL injection, of course. We're going to be working on this for a couple of days because one day isn't enough to cover SQL injection. It's kind of a big topic. Okay, so we get this error message over here. Cardinality violation, the select statements have a different number of columns. So we need to understand that union select statements only work if the first select and the union select both select the same number of columns, and we can figure out how many columns are being returned by using something like this. Union select 1, 2, union select 1, 2, 3, and this is going to test if the original statement returns 2 or 3 columns respectively in this case. So 1, 2, 3, and we receive this output. So the output is my first article, article ID 1. Hi, this is my first article. So we did figure out in this case that there are 3 different columns that are being retrieved by the original SQL statement. So most of the time, when we type in 1, 2, and 3, we're telling the SQL system to literally print out 1, 2, and 3 And in this case, it does print out the number 1. So it does print out the number 1, but that doesn't have anything to do with what we're doing right here. So another way we can count the number of columns that are being returned is we can just give null. So null inside of SQL is basically, it's just nothing. And what we're doing right here is we're just returning a number of columns. So in the first column, there's nothing. In the second column, there's nothing. In the third column, there's nothing. So this is much more reliable than doing 1, 2, and 3 because some of these columns don't return numbers. So if they don't return numbers, then you're gonna run into some problems. But anyways, this works for this particular exercise anyways. Okay. So success, the error message is gone and the article is being displayed. But now we want to display our data instead of the article. The article is displayed because it takes the first returned result somewhere in the website's code and shows that. To get around this, we're going to need the first query to produce no results. So this can be done by changing the article ID from 1 to 0. So sometimes what we want to do is we want to return something valid. So for example, ID equals 1, which is something valid. But sometimes we want to return something that is invalid, like 0, or we could also return ID, it could be 999. It's just going to be something that doesn't exist. Okay, so in this case, we see our null stuff appear. So we got null, article ID null, and we also have null down here. Simon Dante says, for anybody curious, SQL and Prioritize are great SQL injection boxes on TryHackMe. Yeah, are those boxes free or are they subscriber only? Let us know, Cybernerd Dante. Thank you. So we've got null here, but if we also if we decided to label them 1, 2, and 3, we would see that 1 appears here, 2 appears here, and 3 appears here. Okay. So now that we know how many columns are being returned by the database, we can try to get some extra information from the database. And in this case, the first thing is usually to figure out the name of the database that is being used. Well, usually the first thing we want to do is we want to figure out what kind of DBMS is being used on the system. So we're going to replace one of our columns in the union select, and we're going to do the database function in here. So the database function in SQL lets you know what the name of the database is. So we're going to replace the number 3 with database function. Simon Dante says they're both free. Prioritize was cool because it deals with SQL injection in an order by clause select. From categories, order by inject here. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. There's lots of SQL injection stuff that I don't know. But well, I'm just trying to teach everybody the basics over here. But thank you for letting us know about that, Cybernerd Dante. Okay, so here, database goes where the number 3 did before, and we see that the name of the database that's being used is SQLi1. Okay, our next query will gather a list of tables that are used in the database. So we've got union select 1, 2 group concat table name from information schema dot tables, where table schema equals SQLi1. So this is something that I didn't know about when I first started doing this room. When I started doing this room, I knew some very basics about SQL injection, but in this case, we're running a specific what is it called? A specific function inside of MySQL, which is called group concat. So group concat means that we're going to be able to see multiple rows of information from a single column. Sick in the Mind says group concat is one of my favorites. It is very, very cool. So what we can do is we can just copy and paste this into the third column here. So the third column here, it's going to be group concat table name. So we're getting the table name from the information schema.table, so this particular database, where the table schema equals SQLI_1. What's interesting here is that we don't necessarily need to know the name of the database to run this. We can just replace this with the database function instead, and it should give us the same thing. So in this case, getting the name of the database, it's good, but it's optional because we can use the database function to do the same thing instead. Anyways, what do we get? So we get the two tables that are being used inside the database. So we get an article table and we have a staff users table. Okay, so let's see. As this first level aims to discover Martin's password, the staff users table is what interests us. We can utilize the information schema database again to find the structure of this table using the following query. So we're going to get the column name in this case from a specific table. So the specific table that is being used is called staff users. We're going to get all the column names. And this is what it looks like over here. Let's see, Bandulewist says, you're a super smart coder dude. I'm not really a coder dude. What happened at Amazon today? So apparently something went wrong with the Amazon Web Services, AWS, that is being used to deploy a bunch of cloud stuff. And a lot of people lost access to their applications and their information that was being stored on the AWS service. Segfault says DNS. Was it really a DNS issue? There's kind of a stereotype where people in tech say that the problem is always DNS. But I wonder if that was the case in this case. Okay, so we're just going to get the column names from the staff users table in this case. Let's do that. A lot of the websites were down. I'm surprised that none of the stuff that we're using right now is being hosted by AWS. Health status page says it was a DNS resolution issue and cascading impact. Okay, so what columns exist in the staff users table? We get ID, username, and password. So ID, username, and password are the names of the columns inside of the staff users table. So from here, we can do this SQL union statement to get a bunch of information from that particular table. So what we're going to do here is we're going to run group concat again, but we're going to get the username and the password with the separator of a return or a line break with the BR here. And we're going to separate the usernames and passwords by this colon over here. And we get that from the staff users table. This is a pretty slick implementation to get the information from the table. So we get admin password, Martin password, and Jim work 123. So with that, we actually retrieved information from the database that we were not supposed to get. So what is the user Martin's password? We got it. It's this over here, and that's it. When we click on check password, we'll move on to the next. What is it called? We'll move on to the next level of this particular exercise. And this, I mean, I wouldn't jump to group concat naturally, but I think this is a really good way to get information out of SQL databases, because sometimes there are restrictions on the web application that will prevent you from getting more than just a little bit of information at a time. So for example, if you don't use group concat and you try to get, I don't know, let's just say let's see, we got article ID, we got 2. Article ID seems to be a number, so we might be able to get the username and password over here in 2 and 3. So what was it? Username and password over here. So if we run it like this, we only get the first one. So admin and password. And in this case, we need to use group concat in order to get this stuff. So we would use, we could probably wrap up group concat over here. So group underscore concat, then wrap it around username, and then group concat, wrap it around password. And then we get all of the entries here. So we get admin, Martin, and Jim, and we assume that this goes with this, and this with this, and this with this. But the way they do it over here, this is probably the easiest format, the best formatting for getting this kind of this type of information. Okay, so let's continue. What is the flag after completing level number 1? We need to check the password, click on that, and then we get this flag. So we can submit this flag to the question here, submit that. And we're going to be moving on to the next task. The next task is called Blind SQLI Authentication Bypass. So this is the easiest SQL injection attack to teach. The stuff behind it is a little bit less easy. But let's talk about blind SQLI first. So blind SQLI is SQL injection that does not tell you if your SQL injection was successful or not, but you can infer from what happens in the application whether or not you were able to successfully do an SQL injection. So we're talking about authentication bypass in this case, and this is probably the most beginner level SQL injection that we talk about in CTF challenges, and it's basically a way of bypassing a login page. So if you've got a login page and it's vulnerable to SQL injection, you might be able to log into the application without knowing the password for any of the users. Let's talk a little bit about this. So login forms that are connected to a database of users are often developed in such a way that the web application isn't interested in the content of the username and password, but more in whether or not the two make a matching pair in the users table. So we see that the SQL query is looking for something that looks like this. GroutXT, hello, nice to see you here. So select star from users where username, let's see if I can put this somewhere where we can scrutinize this. Okay, so the SQL query is going to look something like this. Select star from users where username equals something and password equals something, limit 1. So what this statement is doing is it's checking whether or not there is something in the users table where the username equals something and the password equals something else. So the row has to contain the username and the password that match. And this is the criteria that lets you log into a web application in most cases. So they're just checking to see if the username and password matches. It doesn't care whether or not, it doesn't care what the contents of the username and password are. They only care that there's a matching pair. Segfault says, would this be in a conditional statement? So it's a true, if it's true, you log in. That is absolutely correct. Segfault, yeah. So it's just checking to see if it's Boolean true or if it's Boolean false. If it's Boolean true, then it logs you in. If it's Boolean false, then it does not. Okay, so practical example. So taking the above information into account, it's unnecessary to enumerate a valid username and password pair. You just need to create a database query that replies with yes or true. So in this level, select everything from users where username equals something and password equals something, limit 1. So to make this query always return true, we can enter an extra little bit in the password field, or 1 equals 1, and then comment out everything else. So the SQL query turns into this. So select a valid password and username pair, or 1 equals 1. So or 1 equals 1 makes it so that even if you have an invalid username and password, 1 equals 1 is always true, which means that we're always going to be able to log in. Okay, so let me talk about this over here. What is SQL injection SQL login query example? So in this web app, if this statement is supplied by the user, you would log in with this user if the statement returned true. So admin and password. Okay, so in bad stuff, okay, so we're doing blind SQL injection. Authentication bypass is a type of blind SQL injection where insecurely written code allows the login of a user to the web app without the use of a proper username and/or password. The most basic authentication bypass SQL command is illustrated by the SQL command shown above. So single quote or 1 equals 1 dash dash. Note that there's a space present in the command after the double dashes. The single quote closes out the original query. So username equals something. Username equals this. If we don't supply the single quote in most cases, it's just going to throw an error, and we're not going to be able to get our SQL statement to run. That this portion is not included, the SQL database will return an error. The next part, or, is what enables the bypass, because it enables us to create our own true statement. So it's 1 or 2. 1 or 2, and 2, we're going to make it always true. So even if there's no matching username, because the OR conditional is used, the overall query can return true if we can supply the correct statement, which in this case is 1 equals 1, which is a true statement, mathematically speaking. Then the double dashes in the space, which comments out the rest of the original query. Okay, let's go back to the application. Where are we? Here. So we can see here, if we submit username single quote or 1 equals 1 space double dash space dash, that means that this is the query that is going to be run. Uh-oh. My applications don't like that. So remember, everybody, you have to be careful when you start submitting SQL code to different applications, because they might cause them to error out. Okay, so what we're trying to do in this really long-winded way is we're trying to say that this is the thing that gets you to log in without a valid username and password. Click on login, and then it says you bypass the login and can now move on to the next level. We're going to click on level 3, and then we get a flag. So this is the flag we need to submit to the challenge here. Okay, Segfall says maybe that error is telling us it's vulnerable. I don't want to do a bug bounty on whatever software I'm using over here. That'd be a bit of a pain in the butt. Well, I mean, I'm not interested in doing it, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so we've got a couple of challenges we can do to reinforce our knowledge of this stuff. Let's see, what is it over here? Okay, so we got more SQLi from Pico CTF, and we also have the OWASP Juice Shop login page. So sometimes the OWASP Juice Shop test application is online, sometimes it's offline. Let's go ahead and check. Okay, looks like the OWASP Juice Shop application is online. This is an application that has a bunch of different web app vulnerabilities that you can test. And in this case, the username and password over here, we can bypass it. So what I want you to do is I want you to try bypassing this login page, and I want you to tell me what user our account is over here. If you click on account, it doesn't tell you anything, it just tells you to log in. But after you've logged in, click on the account button and tell me which user you're running as. Remember that the default, well, the stereotypical bypass injection payload is going to look like this. So single quote or 1 = 1, double dashes. You can add another dash in there if you want to. Kind of like that. So give it a try. And tell me which user you get logged in as. Okay, so let's try this out ourselves. So single quote or 1 = 1, double dashes, dash. Cybernante says admin@juice.shop. Yup, that is exactly it. So password, it can be anything because this portion is usually commented out. Click on login, and then thank you very much, SK Rashid. Thank you very much. So I click on the account. It says we are the admin at juice, juicesh.op. So the question is, most of the time when you use the authentication bypass, you're usually logged in as the administrator account. The question is why? Does anybody have an idea why the administrator might be the account you're logged into? You didn't supply the username and the password, and you didn't indicate the administrator account in your payload. So the question is why? Okay, so while we're thinking about that, there's one more challenge we can tackle over at Pico CTF. GradXT it's usually the first entry or ID 0. So that's correct. So you have to be logged in as a user according to the code, and it's usually going to be the first user in the table, and the first user in the table is usually the administrator user. Okay, so we're going to do one more challenge. It's going to be called More SQLi. Okay. Here's the link. And after you're logged into Pico CTF, we see this challenge over here. So More SQLi, it's a challenge from Pico CTF, and it's tagged with SQL. So and it's called More SQLi, which means we can probably finish this exercise. Can you find the flag on this website? Click on the Launch Instance button over here. After a moment or two, it's gonna the website should be deployed, and it says try to find your flag here. So if you just want to join along with us and you're not interested in submitting a flag, you could use this server over here. Okay, so security challenge, please log in. So what I want you to do is I want you to try using your username and password SQLi login bypass and see what happens. So I'll give you a few moments to give it a try, and tell me what happens if you try to use the standard SQL injection authorization bypass. It says please log in, username, password. We know that the standard authorization bypass payload looks like this. Okay. No go. Segfault says no go. So we type in the password, we log in. The question is why. So we can actually, the SQL, the authorization bypass payload works. It does work. The problem is when we take a look at the SQL injection we see that this is the comment out. The comment out is at the very end and nothing is commented out. So what is it doing? Select ID from users where password equals test and username equals empty string. So what happened here? So the fact of the matter is that we can still do this. The problem is that the order is reversed. It's backwards, right? So most of the time, we're looking for username first and then password. But in this case, it's password first and then username. So we do need to watch out for this kind of gotcha when we're solving CTF exercises, as well as in real life. So actually, the best way to do this, if this is the case, the best way to do it is this. We just use one, or let's see, single quote, or 1 equals 1 in both of the fields. So just copy paste this to both of the fields, and then it works. Okay, so we've got, we actually have a double challenge here, because we can't get the flag for this challenge unless we do an SQL union attack. So the union attack would go like this. So you have to search for something that exists, Algiers, search, and we just get Algiers. But if we do Algiers, and then union select null, so this would look for 2 different columns. So let's just save this payload here. Safeall says, can we do this all from the first login window though? From the first login window. From the first login window. Yeah, we do this from the first login window. Okay, so we're checking to see how many columns we're returning with the original query. So we can actually guess how many columns is being returned by the original query, because we've got three headers over here. So city, address, and phone number. So if we guess 3 by doing union select null, and then search. Okay, so maybe that's not it. Hold on. Null. And we'll just tack on an extra one just for fun. So this is 4 columns we're testing. Union select null. Okay, so Algiers returns something. This is 1, 2, and 3. We're trying to union select 1, 2, and 3. 1. Let's give this a go. All right. Anyways, let me take a look at my write-up. It's been a little while since I've done this. I think I did this I think I last did this like half a year ago. So I should have a walkthrough for this challenge. It's called More SQLi, right? And this is from which one? I think this is from, is this from 2022? Just a second. More SQLi 2023. Okay. 2023 web app. More SQLi is not it's not here. Okay. Algiers. Let's try 4. Let's try 5. Let's try 6. Okay, so let me think about this. We should, if we don't return anything, can we do a union select null, null, null? Does this work? Information schema tables. So we need to find a statement that returns something. Not sure where they made that a link. They made it a link? Ah, okay. So I think what we, for some reason, we needed to put a terminating. Yeah, we need to terminate the string the string over here with the single quote. So we found the number of columns that's being returned here. Oh no, you can send links in the chat. That's not a problem. Okay, so from here, what we need to do is we need to figure out what SQL system is being used. In this case, we could try running the database function. Actually, database. Let's try database. Okay, so it's nothing returns, so it's not database. So database doesn't work, which means this is probably a different database management system. So let's see. Just a second. I've got on HackerFrogs AfterSchool for web app stuff. I think my go-to, yeah, version, yeah. So I've got a guide for beginners SQL injection over here. You can take a look at it if you like. And the first thing you do is you do identify the injection point, determine the number of columns for the union select, and then identify the database management system, DBMS. So you run something like this version, which will ID MySQL, MariaDB, or PostgreSQL. If we go back to the application, where are we? Here. So instead of the third null, we'll replace this with version. And version doesn't come back. Yeah, so version doesn't come back, which means that it's not. Ooh. Version doesn't come back, which means we need to try another one. So let's see. The next one we're going to try is what? So we can try this one, which will identify MSSQL or MySQL. So we'll try that. Where are we here? So the third null, replace this with add version. So this is not the correct one either. Okay, and in this case, we need to check another one. The next one is, thank you very much for following on Twitch, weekly pickup. Thank you. Okay, what we're looking at, this Oracle, this is MSSQL or MySQL, SQLite. So this will identify SQLite. Actually, you know what? We can go over to the challenge itself, and the challenge itself, there's a hint, and the hint tells us SQLite. So SQLite, it tells us what kind of SQL system is being used. We can confirm this by running this function here. So we run the function in the place of the third null and do that. And we see 3.3.1. So because this returned, this lets us know leaky pickup, thanks to the GitHub information, I'll be sure to use it as I progress through Pico CTF. Funny how it would have been the last one that we checked. Yeah, I haven't, like I said, I haven't done this challenge in about half a year, so I forget how it goes. But yeah, now that we've got the DBMS that's being used, we can start to enumerate the rest of the database. So the next step is to do what? Determine the database names in the system. This is optional, but let's see. We're doing it for SQLite. SQLite does not have multiple databases. So if we're dealing with SQLite, there's only one database, so we don't need to get the database name. Determine the name of the current database, and we can do that for SQLite here. Pragma database list. Okay, so Pragma database list, does this work? Okay, so we'll just replace the third null with Pragma database list. Doesn't return. Oh, you know what? I think I know why this doesn't work, because this is not select. So Pragma has to replace select in this case. Oh, hold on. Pragma. Okay, we'll try this one more time. Pragma database list. Wait, does this need to be... Do we need to put some... Is this a function? If this is a function, that means we need to put some stuff around it. You may need to make it a nested query. I'm pretty sure the only thing we need to do from here is we just need to figure out what the names of the tables are. So select name from SQLite master. SQLite master where name equals table. So name from... So this is the one that works for SQLite. Go in here. Where are we? Here. Get rid of all this stuff. Spell where correctly. Name equals table. Let's see if this works. Okay, so we've got these different tables. So there's hints, more table, offices, and users. So I'm pretty sure that we're looking for the more table table. So this is the more table table. We need to get the names of the columns. And how do we do that? Determine the columns of the names in the tables. So for SQLite is Pragma table info your table name. Okay, so we'll just replace this in the payload. Let's go in. So this is this one here. So the previous Pragma thing didn't work out for us, but we'll see if, well, we need to replace the table names here. Your table name is more table. And let's give this a shot. Pragma table info doesn't work. Let me look up if there's another way. I might have done that stuff incorrectly. So SQLite enumerate column names. So enumerating column names in SQLite, Pragma table info command. Okay, execute the pragma table info command, replacing your table name with the actual thing. So I mean, I think we need a VCS for SQL inject. You know what? Actually, I came across like a fun new website, and the fun new website is called Payload Playground. Let's see if I can find it. I did a thing, payloadplayground.com. Okay, payload, okay. Payloadplayground.com. See if this comes up. So this is a website that's kind of similar to, what is it called, Rev Shells, but it's got a lot of different attacks that you can create payloads for. For example, SQL injection and database type. Let's see. We got MySQL, PostgreSQL, Microsoft, Oracle. They don't have SQLite. But yeah, this is a really nice website for studying about security stuff. Figures that they don't have one for SQLite, of course. Okay, what were we looking at? So pragma table info. Can you do pragma with union select? SQLite with union select. Actually, you know what? Let's just try asking the our good friend the AI. It might be able to help us out. What do we got? We want to do SQLite enumerate column names with union select. How do we create the statement? Okay, so I hope it doesn't bash union select structure right. So union select null null find number of columns. Find number of columns, enumerate table names. Enumerate column names for specific table. So wait. So it's pragma table info. Pragma table info, let's see. Enumerate column names for specific table. Hold on. Just a second. Pragma table info and then the name of the table. Let's try plugging this in. Okay. Hopefully my instance doesn't go down because it's supposed to. I think it's called more table. Okay, let's give this a try. I think, yeah, my instance went down because I took more than 15 minutes. Wait, it says that shouldn't be the case. Hold on. Yeah, it says unable to connect. I guess I'm gonna have to restart my instance. Okay. All right. We have a new instance. I'll give everybody the URL here. Okay, let's go back in. We do username and password. We do the bypass, or 1 equals 1, and then comment out everything else. Same thing here. Maybe too many different people are using it. I mean, it could be. I don't think it really should get in the way that much. Whoops. So Algiers union select null this thing. Nope. what was the thing? The thing is pragma table info. Okay, so the name of the table is more table. Let me copy this just in case. Okay, this doesn't return. Pico CTF only has a set time on each instance you spin up. Yeah, so it's got 15 minutes. Pragma table info. This doesn't work. So I guess let's go back. Using table info directly if allowed. Using pragma more direct. Union select SQL null null from select name as SQL from pragma table info. Yes, using SQL listener gets a create table statement. Union select null null SQL from SQLite master. Well, we can give this a try. So we're trying to use the third column here. SQL from what? Where type equals table and name equals something. Okay, so we need to sub in the name of the table in this payload. The name of the table is more underscore table. Let's see if the payload works. This works. Okay, great. Everybody, this is the payload that works. Okay, so we got create table, more table, ID flag, ID and flag. So we're interested in the flag column, so we can just get that. So we're just gonna do union select null null flag from more table. Okay, and then this gives us the flag. All right, so just to make sure that this is the flag, RoboPimp asks, what's your favorite horror film? Favorite horror film? That's... Let me think about that. I haven't watched a horror film. Probably something like Japanese, like The Ring. What was the last command? The last command was... Let's see. Let me get that last command. So it's null null flag from more table. Here you go. Actually, wait. This isn't going to work. You need to put the single quote after Algiers. So it's going to look like this. Yeah. Okay. So let me copy the flag, and we can finish this exercise, and then we can. This took like an extra 20 minutes. Good thing that I'm not timed on this. All right. All right, where are we? So this is the challenge here. Submit the flag, and then you're done. What kind of SQL injection was that? This was Union SQL injection. So we demonstrated Union SQL injection earlier in Try Hack Me. And this is basically you're getting extra information from the database with SQL injection. Okay, we'll do our summary and then we'll finish up. Okay, SQL injection. So SQL injection vulnerabilities can lead to sensitive data exposure, admin account takeover, web server takeover, and more. Error-based SQL injection is a type of in-band SQL injection where error messages from the database software are returned to the web app interface. So we use some interesting SQL statements to get information from the database. So it returns the name of the database used by the web app. So select database. Group concat is another really great tool that we can use to get multiple tables, multiple rows in the same column. We learned about blind SQL injection, which is a type of SQL injection where the error messages resulting from improper SQL queries has been disabled, but the requests are going through that nonetheless. So if blind SQL injection fails, you'll never know, but if it succeeds, sometimes you can see some behavior from the web app. And we learned about SQL injection authorization bypass. It's a type of blind SQL injection where insecurely written code allows the login of a user to a web app without the use of the proper username or password. So this is the most common payload for those authorization bypasses. And in the next web app hacking workshop, we'll conclude our exploration of SQL injection with TryHackMe, covering Boolean and time-based SQL injection. So these are, there's some pretty heavy topics, but yeah, we're going to be saving that for next time. Where do you get that PDF? The one I'm looking at right now. So this is on the HackerFrogs website, or the HackerFrogs GitHub rather. Let me get that for you if you're looking for it. So it should be the last version of session 6. Here it is. There you go. Okay, so we're going to be moving on into the next topic. So the next topic is going to be topic number 3. So topic 3 is the Hades CTF Labs. These are Linux privilege escalation labs. I'm going to be doing some demonstrations for everybody. And we got ads. Great. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And you know what? Let's put on some birds. So we're going to be doing an ad for about... We're going to be doing a short break for about 60 seconds. But in the meantime, go ahead and enjoy the birds. Here you go. I think I'll put on some music now. Roofan says, those birds look so real. They're real birds. They're from my security camera. So I've got a security camera that looks on at the bird feeder, so I can watch all the birds come by and eat the bird seed and the peanuts. It's a lot of fun, and I feel good for being able to supply some food to these birds, who sometimes have a hard time finding enough to eat during these cold months. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking stuff. Okay, so let me see what we're doing here. So these are CTF labs from hackmyvm.eu, and let's see. So these are Hades CTF labs. If you want to take a look at the write-ups we do for each one of these levels, you can find them over here. And I think we're doing level number 6 today. Starting there anyways. Okay, so what is the name of this user? This user's name is Anthea. Actually. Okay, so I'll give everybody the SSH command we can use to log into this level for this game. So this is it. That's the username, and the password is Should be this one over here unless they've changed it. Every once in a while these CTF exercises are going to change all the passwords, so you need to do the levels all over again. But let's take a look. I made up like a big PDF file that talks about how we solve these levels. Let me just grab that. Level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Let me log in. And then we can get started. Okay, so let's talk about this. Oh, you know what? Everybody, I need to hide. We're going to be talking about environment variables in this level, and some of the environment variables in this game, they leak your IP address. So in order to not leak my IP address, I'm going to have to do some stuff off screen to modify this. Just a second, everybody. I'm just going to pull this off screen so that I can get this done. Just a second. Oh, there's an SSH client. And there's like an SSH connection as well. And I need to modify that. Okay, let me make sure that my IP address is no longer here. Great. Okay, and then I can put my stuff back on the screen. Great. And then we can start the level. Okay, so I need to do my YouTube intros and outros. I need to say, you know, like, hey everybody, this is a guided walkthrough, and all that other good stuff. Please, thank you very much for understanding that I need to, you know, do this stuff to create these videos. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Anthea level from the hackmyvm.eu labs, the Hades lab on hackmyvm.eu. So the first thing we need to do in each one of these CTF levels is we need to take a look at the objectives that are going to be in the mission.txt file. So let's take a look. So the mission.txt file is here. So cat mission.txt. So this is mission 6 level 6, and our target user is the Aphrodite user. So user Aphrodite is obsessed with the number 94. 94. So the user, so Aphrodite is our target user. We need to become this user to solve the level, and we need to get the Aphrodite user's password. So we see here that there's SUID binary called obsessed in here. So let's take a look. So obsessed, this is an SUID binary owned by root. And we can tell because we've got the SUID bit that's set up in here. So when we run the binary, so just try running the binary by itself. So it says no my ID env. My ID env. So what we're dealing with in this level is environment variables. So if we type the env command inside of the Linux terminal, it'll give us a bunch of different environment variables for our user session. So we got our home directory, we've got our login name, we've got the shell that we're using, a bunch of other stuff, and what we need to do is we need to give the binary an environment variable value. So we see that there's no myID environment variable. So the one that we're looking for is just called myID all in uppercase over here. So let's talk about this. So this is Hades level 6 in Thea environment variables. In this level, if we run the SUID binary, it says that there is no myID environment variable. This is a reference to terminal environment variables. And what we can do is we can set the myID variable to 94 and then run the binary, but that's not the correct value. So this is what we're going to do. So when we want to set an environment variable inside of Linux, we can use the export command. So export myID equals 94, because we were told that this user is obsessed with the number 94. And now when we do the environment variable, we see that myID equals 94. So we suspect the SUID binary is taking the value of the myID environment variable and then doing something with it. So what do we do here? We're just going to run obsessed now that we've set a myID environment variable. And it says myID equals 57. So it says myID equals 57, but we explicitly set it to 94. So there's actually something fishy going on around here, because 94 becomes 57, and there's got to be some weird reasoning behind this. Like this is being transformed somehow. So the number 94 is being transformed. And let's just try setting it to something else. So if we set export myID equals A instead of a number, and then we run it again, then it says myID equals 65. So in what system does the letter A become the number 65? So in this case, if you take a look at ASCII, the ASCII table. So ASCII is the encoding table, that's used for a lot of standard computing. And we take a look at the letter A. So the letter A is over here. And we see that in decimal value, the letter A has the value 65. So what we need to do is we've got some sort of we got ads running over here. Can we close the ads? Thank you. Okay, so what we can do is we can find the value. What was it? 94. Value 94 in decimal on the chart is this one right here, the caret. So what we do is we set the environment variable myID to the caret, which is equal to 94. It is 94, right? That is the obsessed number, right? Hold on, mission.txt. 94, okay. So we just set export myID equals caret. Where is it? Here, shift 6. Okay, so now when we run obsessed, it says my current myID 94. So I mean, it doesn't tell us that this is incorrect anymore, but it doesn't do anything else for us. So we need to do something else with the SUID binary. Let's talk about this. So if we make the myID value A, then the program interprets it as 65, and this points us to ASCII encoding. So printed computer characters are often encoded in ASCII, and each character is associated with a decimal number. So in this case, A is associated with the number 65, and the caret special character is associated with the number 94. So the caret character is number 94 in ASCII decimal encoding, which is our target number. Oh, okay. So, hold on. So what do we need to do now? We probably need to do something like... So the environment variable here is set to caret. But I think what we need to do is we need to inject into this. So if we can inject into this, we can do something like export my ID equals caret, and then bin bash. And this would enable us to run a command through the myid environment variable. So let's see if this works. Okay, and then myid equals 94. We didn't. Hold on, let me take a look at my notes. Just a second. Okay. So the SUID uses the myid environment variable, but the binary isn't looking for the exact number in the myid variable. It's looking for the conversion through ASCII decimal values. The character associated with the ASCII decimal is the caret character. Okay. So we need to run. Apparently, we need to run the program through the environment variable, and this is going to get us. According to this, it'll get us a terminal as the Aphrodite user. Wait, hold on. We are the Aphrodite user. Sorry. You know what? I had it wrong all this time. So we started off the level as the Anthea user, but now that we're the Aphrodite user because we ran a shell through the environment variable here. So what we need to do is we just need to read the Aphrodite password now. So cat Aphrodite pass.txt, and this is the password for the next level, which is the Aphrodite level, which is level number 7. So hold on. Aphrodite. There you go. Romario Thompson asks, hey, I'm trying to learn hacking. Where should I start? I guess the best thing to do... What kind of technical background are you coming from? So, do you know anything about Linux? Are you familiar with technology? Do you feel comfortable with technology? Have you done any programming? What kind of programming development have you done in the past? Let us know the answers to those questions, and then I can give you some better advice. Okay, so let's talk about this. So what we managed to do in this level is we took advantage of the binary that was taking in the environment variable called myid. Through the myid variable, we were able to get a session as our target user, which is the Aphrodite user, and then read their password. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Anthea level, otherwise known as level number 6, from the Hades CTF Labs on hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so we're not leaving. Romario Thompson says, computer science. I don't know anything about Linux. I'm good with good with programming and catch on click. I've learned Python, a bit of web stuff, HTML, JavaScript. Okay, so you've learned a few different things about computer programming. That's great. So what I would suggest is this. We've got a starter pack that we suggest to people who are just getting into hacking stuff. So the first two links over there are just for basic IT knowledge. You might want to skip those if you find that the stuff in those playlists are too easy for you. And the third one is for computer networking. You need to understand a good amount of computer networking in order to do technical hacking stuff, because most technical hacking stuff involves hacking stuff on computer networks. So the last link in the list is one for easy CTF challenges. CTF challenges are basically learning exercises for cybersecurity. So go ahead and try those out, and by the time you've worked through the entire list, there's like 100 and some odd exercises there. You should have a pretty good foundation for learning about new hacking stuff. But yeah, good luck to you. Funky Monkey, thank you very much for the follow. And you know what? We haven't done a Hack the Planet in a while. Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, let's move on to the next level. So the next level is the Aphrodite level. So this is level number 7. Let me log out of this level, and then log into the next level. Oh, you know what? I figured it out. I figured it out. So, anytime you have the correct my ID, it's automatically going to switch your. It's automatically going to give you a shell as the Aphrodite user. So you don't need to inject into this at all. You just need to provide the correct ID, and it'll give you a shell session as the Aphrodite user. Mario Thompson says, wow, that's a lot. Yeah, I mean, you know, you don't just try out the different categories. There are a bunch of different categories there. There's general stuff. There's web application hacking. There is binary hacking. There's digital forensics. There's all sorts of stuff there. But go through the list. If you find that any of the exercises are too easy, then you can feel free to skip them. Okay. Alright, let's log in as the Aphrodite user. Aphrodite. Okay, and let me grab the password. So CPL Magnum asks, how effective are these things that you're demonstrating? Are these likely only effective against poorly configured systems? Well, I mean, I teach beginner cybersecurity stuff. It's possible that you can find misconfigurations like this on Linux servers. It's not super likely, but the interesting thing is that we understand how the systems work and how these vulnerabilities can appear. So I wouldn't say that the stuff that I'm showing you right now this is probably not the way you're going to be hacking into most systems, but it is very important to understand each one of these little puzzles. Great way to test out your own systems. I mean, the important thing is to understand why the vulnerabilities appear and how we could potentially fix them. Anyways, I need to change up some environment variables on the system so that it doesn't leak out my IP address. Just a second. Oh, you know what? I may not even have had to do that, but it's okay. Let's go back. Okay, Romario Thompson asks, is it possible to hack on Windows? I find that a lot of people in cybersecurity use Linux, while the software engineers use Windows. I mean, if you're not willing to learn a new system to learn hacking, then you shouldn't be learning hacking. Because learning hacking is all about learning a lot of different new systems. So you can, a person who does hacking and is serious about hacking, they'll hack using a Windows system, they'll hack using a Linux system, they'll hack with whatever system they need to. They'll hack and they'll learn whatever systems are required to get the job done. So this is not the type of activity where you get to choose what kind of system you're using. Sometimes you're using Java, sometimes you're using C++, sometimes you're using assembly language, you don't get to choose. Okay, so totally agree with you. I'm not against it. I mean, yeah, you have to be really flexible in order to do this stuff. Okay, so this is the Aphrodite level. Let's talk about this. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Aphrodite level, otherwise known as level number 7, from the Hades CTF Labs on hackmyvm.eu. So the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out what's going on inside of this level, and for that we need to take a look at the mission.txt file. So mission number 7, it says user Ariadne knows what we keep in our home. So the target user that we're going to be trying to get the password of is the Ariadne user. So they know what we keep in our home. So if we take a look at the rest of the contents of the directory, we see that there's a home content binary in here. So this binary is a SUID binary, which means it runs with the permissions of its file owner, which is root. And we're assuming that we're going to be able to get access to the Ariadne's user's files with this binary if we can find some way to hack it. So when we run home content, it says the content of your home is this. So we see Ariadne pass.txt, flags, home content, and mission.txt. So this is the current home directory right here. Warren Buffett, hello, nice to see you here. How's it going? So we're just demonstrating some CTF privilege escalation exercises over here. So what we want to do is we want to read Ariadne pass.txt, and this has more to do with home and environment variables, because what this is doing, what the binary is doing, it seems like it's running an ls command on our home, and home is an environment variable. So if you take a look at the environment variable up here, we've got a home environment variable which is equal to pwned/Aphrodite. So the target user in this case is the Ariadne user, so Ariadne pass.txt, and what we can do is we can set our home to something else. So what we can do is we can try to inject a command into the home environment variable. We can do it like this. So export home equals semicolon. So semicolon is going to quit whatever command we're doing, and then we're going to run this command right here, who am I? Because we want to find out if we're actually running as the Ariadne user when we're running this binary. Okay, so after that, we'll run home content again. And it looks like, it looks like we don't get to inject into here. All right, so let's talk about what is actually happening in this level. Okay, so Hades level number 7, this is the Aphrodite user. We're doing environment variable abuse again. And the SUID binary in this level appears to be using the ls command with the target directory equal to the home environment variable. Okay, Gretaxy says, on the topic of learning new systems, I've run into Apple ecosystem challenges before. It's bespoke, and even less people in the industry are familiar with Apple-specific quirks, unless they've owned a Mac, for example, plist or DS Store metadata. I mean, I think DS Store metadata appears pretty commonly in a few different CTF exercises, but I do agree that most people don't really have too much familiarity with Apple stuff, because it's kind of a walled garden. If you think that finding Windows specific like CTF boxes is difficult, it's even more difficult for Apple stuff, because Apple VMs are very, very rare to find. Definitely more common than the two that I mentioned. Yeah, for sure. that's totally the case. Well, as far as my experience is concerned. Okay, but let's see. Funky Monkey says, "Oh, just ask if you're using a VM." Yeah, I'm using a VM right now. So this is a Linux VM I'm using right now. And usually when you're doing cybersecurity learning exercises, you're mostly dealing with VMs and virtual systems, because the virtual systems, you don't have to worry about screwing them up. If you screw up a virtual machine, you can just reset the virtual machine, and there's no harm, no foul. Okay, so our home in this exercise is pwned Aphrodite. So the SUID is vulnerable to OS command injection through the home environment variable. So export home equals, well, it looks like we have to provide a valid home directory, but we can also inject other commands in here as well. So this is how we do it. So let's see. Export home equals pwned Aphrodite, and then, I mean, we could try doing like a bin bash, adding on a bin bash here as well. And let me just check the payload. Oh, I see. So everything has to be put inside some quotes in order to not get picked up properly. All right. So after we do this, run home content, and now we're the Ariadne user. So instead of the Aphrodite user, we spawned a shell as the Ariadne user. So who am I, Ariadne? And then we can get the password for that user. Okay, done. Okay, Ariadne. Worm Buffett asks, what OS is your daily driver? So, I mean, everything... I grew up with Windows, so I'm currently using Windows 10. I'm comfortable using Linux, and I could probably use Linux as a daily driver, but there's a... I mean, I like playing a lot... I like playing games, so... And gaming is not very feasible with most Linux stuff. But anyways... Segfall says, very rare to see an Apple CTF challenge. It is very rare, because there's all sorts of stuff gets in the way. Okay, let me wrap up this level of the game. All right, so in this level, the home content SUID binary seems to be using the ls command to show us the contents of the home directory. We can OS command inject into the binary by setting a custom home environment variable, and from there we can get a shell as the Ariadne user and then read that user's password. Alright everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Aphrodite level, otherwise known as level number 7, from the Hades CTF Labs over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Not leaving, by the way. I'm going to be saying this every time we do one of these levels. I think we can cover at least 3 more levels before we finish up for the day. So the next level is the Ariadne user, and let's log into that level. So we're going to exit again, then log in as Ariadne. Oh, that's not how you spell Ariadne. Okay, so we need to grab that password. Just a second. So the type of hacking we're doing right now, it's basically Linux privilege escalation techniques. So usually, well, I mean, these aren't even like common privilege escalation techniques. They're kind of like, they're pretty niche. Okay, how do you spell that user's name? Oh, I tacked on an extra E onto Ariadne. Okay, let me take a look at what we need to do in this level first. Little sneak peek. Oh, this one's super straightforward. Okay. Let me start my YouTube intro and then we can get started. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for level number 8, otherwise known as the Ariadne level, from the Hades CTF Labs on hackmyvm.eu. So, for any one of these levels, you need to take a look at the mission.txt file that is in the home directory when you start the level. So let's take a look, and this is mission number 8. The user Arete lets us use CP on our behalf. Okay? So that means that the Arete user is the user whose password we need to steal to get to the next level. So CP is the copy command on Linux, and what we would do is we would try to figure out if our user can run any sudo commands. So sudo commands are commands that are run in the context of another user. Usually when we refer to the sudo command, we're talking about sudo as the super user, which is named root on Linux systems. So if we use this command here, it lets us know if we can run any commands as sudo, and it says user Ariadne may run the following commands on Hades. So as the Arete user with no password, they can run bin cp. So the copy command it's a very commonly used Linux binary, which is, used to copy files from one location to another. The way we can abuse these common Linux binaries, it's very well documented on a website called gtfobins.io. So on this website, if you know that you've got elevated privileges with any one of the common Linux binaries, you can search for them inside this box here on the website. So this is CP, and we have sudo permissions with this. So we can just click on that. It'll tell us how to do the attack. So if the binary is allowed to be run as super user by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So we've got a file to write, and let's see, what can we do here? This overrides CP itself with a shell or any other executable that is executed as root. Not root in this case, but as another user. Useful in the case that the sudo rule allows you to run CP by path. This is a destructive action. So we're trying not to run any destructive actions, but what we can do here is we can read a file. So lfile equals, actually we can write a file. We can also use this to copy and then read or write files from restricted file systems or with elevated privileges. Okay, so we got lfile equals file to write. Hold on, let me take a look at what I have for this level. Okay, so we're given sudo permissions as the Arete user with the bin cp binary, so we can run we can get the password file for the let's see, for the Arete user, and then we can specify the file and then use sudo to read the file using the cp command. So apparently the cp command can be used to read files. Okay, because we're copying the file over to standard out, and standard out, it's basically going to print it out to the console. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing we do is we find out where the password file is, because there's no standard location for the passwords in this game. So let me just check. Let's see, ls. Let's take a look at the etc directory to see if there's passwords here. Bill Hines, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Rick Morrison says, I like You're a frog. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rick Morrison. Okay, so we're looking for... It's called Hades, right? Hades... So there's no Hades, there's no Hades password, directory in here. So what we need to do is we need to search for files that the Areti user owns using the find command. So there's an Areti password user that we locate over here using the find command. And the next thing that we do is we use the copy command to read the file. And this is the command we use. So in this case, we're going to read this file right here, and we're going to copy it to standard out, which means we're just going to print it out to the console. And with that, we're able to read this user's password. Okay. GradXT says, I was developing a tool, and when I wanted to pipe into it, I would pass in dev standard in as the input file because I didn't implement that yet. Oh, cool, cool. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself like an expert at using Linux. There's so many things about the Linux OS system that I still don't know. But I have been using Linux for a few years, and I do feel comfortable using it. So that's one of the goals. To feel comfortable using the system that you're using to do your hacking. Okay, let's get out of here, and let's talk about what we did in that level before we finish it. So, in this level, we find out that the Areti user lets us run the cp command, and when we run the cp command as this user, we can read files, and we got the information for how to do this over at the GTFO Ben's website over here, and we were able to use this to first locate where the password file is by using the find command, and then using the cp command with sudo to read that file and get the password for the next level. Alright everybody, that was the Ariadne level, otherwise known as level number 8, from the Hades CTF Lab over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs, out. Okay, let's move on to the next level, which is level number 9. How much time do we have? We got 18 minutes. Okay. Actually, yeah, we can do another 2, I think. Funky Monkey asks, could I ask you what VM you use if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, so I use a pretty standard cybersecurity distribution of Linux. It's called Kali Linux, and most people who study cybersecurity use Kali Linux. You can get more information over here. Oh, that's a very ugly link. Let me get you a better looking one. Over here. So most people who get into studying cybersecurity, they download the Kali Linux machine as a virtual machine, and then they run the virtual machine on top of their host machine. Most of the time the host machine is going to be like a Mac operating system or a Windows operating system. Learning how to use and deploy virtual machines is one of the steps you need to learn in order to learn cybersecurity. So you can start learning about cybersecurity without using your own virtual machine with a bunch of security tools installed. But eventually you're going to have to learn how to deploy virtual machines. GradXT says, VMware Workspace is a hypervisor. VirtualBox is alright, but not often used in an enterprise setting. I mean, I've never really run into like a big problem with VirtualBox, and if I was forced to use VMware, yeah, I could teach myself how to use VMware. It's more of a preference thing. That's why I use VirtualBox most of the time. as my virtualization software. But yeah, let's get back to the challenge. So this is the already user. Okay, let me log in as that user, and then we can start the challenge. Already. So let me know if that's the name. That's the way you pronounce this name, because I do not know. These are the names of like Greek mythological people, and I don't know how to pronounce those. Actually, you know what? I could probably figure it out right now. And let's just do Google Translate. And I don't know. Let's just type in. I'll do Greek to English. Actually, Greek to English probably isn't going to give us a very good understanding of how we pronounce something in English. Hold on. Let me try asking like ChatGPT or something. Just a second. How do you pronounce the name of this Greek mythological figure? YouTube pronunciation videos, maybe. Okay, arete. Arete, alright. A as in father, re as in short E, not re. Arete, emphasis on the last syllable. So this is arete or arati. Alright, cool. Just give me the phonetic spelling. Phonetic spelling. Hey, Xmetrics, welcome to the stream. Oh, sorry, Funky Monkey. I must have. You were asking about the virtualization software, not the VM in particular. Thank you. No worries, no worries. Okay, let's continue. Okay, arete. Sure. Let's grab that password. What is it? Xmetric says, Ola, first time here, of course, completely. Funky Monkey asks, isn't Kali OS and Kali Linux an OS? So Kali Linux is an OS. Kali is a version and distribution of Linux. So by distribution we mean a different type of Linux. Cannot stat pwned arete pass.txt, no such file or directory. What? Last login from... Okay, hold on. Before we start, I need to figure out what's going on in this level. Gradaxy says, International Phonetic Alphabet CTF Challenge soon. I'm sure it'll happen eventually, if it hasn't happened already. Okay, let's take a look at arete. Password. Okay. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the arete level, otherwise known as level number 9, from the Hades CTF Lab over at hackmyvm.eu. So for these CTF levels, the first thing we need to do is we need to get the missions.txt contents to see what we need to do in each one of these levels. So this is mission number 9, and our target user is the Artemis user. The user Artemis allows us to use some binary on her behalf. It's a gift. It's a gift. That's funny. The first thing that comes to mind is some binary. We don't know what that binary would be. So if we use the sudo l command, we can actually see that we're allowed to run sudo as the Artemis user and no password, the capsh binary. So capsh is... Well, let's talk about what the capsh binary is. Okay, so this is level 8, the Ariadne... No, wait. This is level 9. So this is level number 9, the Arete user. We're using sudo capsh. So we have sudo permissions with the capsh binary, which is used to test different capabilities, which allows granular security controls for binaries. So capsh means that we can set different capabilities for different binaries on the system. This could include stuff like running a binary with a different user, with a different user ID, or with different permissions. So what can we do with this? So capsh it's a pretty well-known, the method for privilege escalation with capsh is well known, and we can look it up over at GTFO bins. So GTFO bins is a pretty common repository where we look for privilege escalation techniques for well-known Linux binaries like capsh. Capsh, we look it up and we see that we've got sudo permissions with capsh. We can click on that. So it says, if the binary is allowed to run as super user, it does not drop overloaded privileges and may be used to access the file system. So sudo capsh --. So this is, it gives us a payload that we can use. And let's go ahead and try that. So we're going to do sudo user. So here's the thing about running sudo as different users. If you're running sudo but not as the root user, you need to specify the user with the u argument here. So we're running it as Artemis, and we're running capsh. So this gives us a shell as the Artemis user here. Ask who am I? We're now Artemis, and is there a password? Oh, we can't. Okay. So from here, what we need to do is we need to find out where Artemis's password file is. So just going to find, let's see, user. Actually, let's try group Artemis. So this is a pretty typical use of... Okay, the thing is that we've got a lot of different files that this user... okay, but the good thing is that we spotted one. So Artemis pass is over here in the user share directory. Let's go ahead and read that. Just cat it out. Okay, so this is the password for the next level, which is the Artemis user. When the lag hits perfectly and shows you the solution. I mean, we could also run find and then grep out the password. So grep pass. So files with the word pass in their name. And it should be able to get just the Artemis password file like this. Okay, and Artemis, there you go. Oh, that's not it. Yeah, that's how you spell it. Okay, great. Let's talk about what we did. So the privilege escalation method for capsh, this is well known, but we need to search for the password file. So I think we did the same thing, group Artemis, and then it reveals one. I mean, I guess we could also grep it out. Okay, let's go ahead and finish up the level. Okay, so in this level, we're given sudo permissions as the Artemis user with the capsh binary. So the privilege escalation method is well known, and we can find it on the GTFO bins website. So we can run the capsh binary, which runs... So capsh --. I'm not super familiar with capsh, but let's we could probably find out what CapSH is doing here by using another very common site that we use called Explain Shell. Explainshell.com. Okay, so if we run Explain Shell, bash wrapper to raise and lower bset and pi capabilities. So I guess what we're doing here is we're just running CapSH to give ourselves additional capabilities. I mean, additional capabilities in this case is just running it as the user with the bash shell. So in this case, it's just running it as the Artemis user. Okay, everybody. That was a guided walkthrough for the Arete user, otherwise known as level number 9, from the Hades CTF Lab over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so Xmetric says throw print on it. Throw print on it? Throw print on it. I mean, let's see. CapSH throw -- print. Oh, interesting. So it shows us the configurations. So we're running as the user ID and the group ID of Artemis. Okay. All right, so let's do one more level before we move on to the next part of the stream. So we're now going to do Artemis. Level 9001. I didn't quite. Was that included in the output there? Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on here. This is level number 10, the Artemis level. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Artemis level, otherwise known as level number 10, from the Hades CTF Labs over at hackmyvm.eu. So to get started, the first thing we need to do in each one of these levels is to take a look at the mission.txt file. So it says we need bin bash so that the user Asia gives us her password. Bin bash. We need bin bash so the user Asia gives us her password. So inside of the level here, there's a binary called restricted. So restricted is... it's a file owned by root. And we don't have access to this. So what exactly is going on? I don't know, but it's over 9,000. That's true. That's true, Xmetric. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at what our shell is. So it says we need bin bash, but what is our shell? Our shell is echo shell bin bash. We have bin bash. We are the Artemis user, which means that we should be able to execute this. We should be able to execute this shell or this restricted binary. Restricted. It says your shell is bin bash, and is this the password for the next level? This might be the password for the next level, everybody. So the next user is Asia with this password. That seems a bit weird. Okay, let's talk about what happened in this level. Okay, so in Hades level 10, Artemis, we're in a restricted shell. We're actually not in a restricted shell. Okay. So I think I'm looking at the wrong stuff. Hold on. So this is level 10. It says we need bin bash so that the user Asia gives us her password. When we run this thing, it looks like the challenge is bugged. So we're not supposed to be able to. There's no privileged escalation here. It's just running a binary. That's not fun. But yeah, but we got the password for the next level anyways. All right, everybody. Let's what's happening here? Okay, so it seems that the restricted binary outputs the password for the next level if the shell environment variable is set to bin bash. And it seems like the challenge is currently bugged and gives us the answer straight away. So we just need to run the thing. But everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Artemis level, otherwise known as level number 10, from the Hades CTF Labs over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. GradXT says never fixed. I mean, I'm pretty sure the last time we edited this was 3 months ago, and they haven't fixed it in 3 months. So there is that. All right, everybody, we're gonna move on into the last portion of today's stream. So this is a Vulnyx CTF box that we're gonna be hacking against today by the creator Lenum. So Lenum is a Spanish-speaking cybersecurity content creator. They seem to be very, very good at designing web app challenges, and I've learned a lot of good stuff every time I've covered one of their exercises. So if you want to do this yourself, you want to download and deploy the CTF box over here, and then deploy it to your virtual machine network, and then do your testing against it. So the name of the challenge is called Twitx, so I'm expecting some sort of Twitter or X interaction here. So let me go ahead and start the challenge. Let me change my topic on the overlay. I'll give myself 90 minutes. And it looks like we got ads. Okay, everybody. When ads run on the stream, I also run them on YouTube. And let's put on some birds. Okay, so I'll be back in about 20 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. GradXT says, actually easier said than done nowadays. Can't see most things without logging in. Are you talking about Vulnyx? I wonder if you can see and download the stuff without being logged in. I don't think I'm logged into Vulnyx. I'm pretty sure anybody can see this stuff. Hold on, let me try a private window. Oh, Twitter X integration. Yeah, that is a pain in the butt. But yeah, you can access Vulnyx without being logged in. Okay. Let me start up the virtual machine and then we can get started. Okay, let me get out of here. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna set up a few different tabs for the stuff we're doing on the system. So we'll call this our Nmap port scanning tab. And I took a look earlier, there's a web app component, so web app enumeration. I'll set up that tab, and just in case we do any brute forcing attacks, I'll set up a brute forcing tab as well. So for each one of the tabs that we're going to be working inside of, we'll just give it a color so that we can stay organized. How about we make this one green, and we make this one orange. I'll set up a couple of other tabs as well. So if we have to do any remote access, I'll set up a tab for that. And if we need to do any research, we'll do it in this tab here. Okay, so we start most of our CTF boxes with a port scan. So the box in question is very nice in that it displays the IP address. So we've got an IP address to work against, and this is how we're going to start. So we just run nmap. Khalid Anu says hello from Sierra Leone. Hello, Khalid Anu. Welcome to the stream. Warren Buffett asks, "Is that your bird feeder?" Yeah, yes, that is the bird. That is my bird feeder. Thank you for asking, Warren Buffett. And sorry for not getting to your comment earlier. Okay, so we're just gonna run. We're gonna run nmap against the target, but along with nmap, there are a couple of other tools that I've been experimenting with lately. So this shows us that there are two ports open on the system. So there's port 22, which is running SSH, which is remote terminal remote login. And it's also running port 80, which is unencrypted web pages. So the version of the Apache software that is being reported here, this seems relatively up to date. So I doubt that this is the vector to attack. So along with nmap, there's also a couple other tools that we can use. Another user on Twitch, or is it YouTube, turned me on to this program called Nuclei, and Nuclei is kind of an auto discovery kind of tool. It'll tell us about any ports and services it finds. It's kind of like, it's a bit like nmap. It searches, it scans all the ports and it looks for potential vulnerabilities. But yeah, so that's Nuclei. So for web app enumeration, we know that there's a web app running on the target, and we can do a few simple enumeration tools to get a feel for what's going on the system. So we can run dirb, which is a very simple directory enumeration tool, or directory busing tool if you like. And what do we got? We have a directory, we have a file called note. So we have a file called note, and we've got info.php. So info.php, it's something that can be present on PHP servers, or PHP web pages. And if it's present, this page can give us a lot of information about the PHP installation on the target. CCAA, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What are we doing? So, how are we doing? We're doing okay, thank you. Anyways, let's give you a redeem. How about some Nyan Cat? So let's see. Let's go back to see what Nuclei found for us. So Nuclei was able to find a few different configurations. It was able to find the info.php here as well, so that's nice. Let's see. It found us some information on the SSH server running on port 22, and some information about the web server here. Okay. Fixit42 says, good night. Good night, Fixit42. Thank you for coming by today's stream. So, oh, if you don't know, Fixit42 is also a InfoSec content creator. she does streams over on her channel, Fixit42. There you go. Okay, so CCAA asks, good and thank you. I have a question. Which is better, OpenRC or Runit? I don't think I'm familiar with either of those. OpenRC or Runit? Okay. Let me find out what OpenRC... I don't know these. OpenRC, Runit. They're both okay for laptops. Well, I mean, there's an answer. OpenRC is slower but easier. Runit is simpler. What are these? What are these programs? Okay, Edgar Valenzuela asks, do you have two VMs Kali against the Vulnyx? Thanks. System D replacement. Oh, really? I didn't know about that. Okay, so Edgar asks, do you have two VMs? Yes. So this is... So I'm currently running on a Kali Linux machine right over here, and we've got the vulnerable machine running on the same network. Okay, so we know that there's a notes, or note, there's a note file on the system, or on the web server. So let's just go over to this thing. It's called note. Ah, okay. Remember to book certificate from twitx.nix domain for launch. All right, that's very telling. Hold on, let me change up my music, because I don't want to do this without some music in the background. Let's do Mass Effect 2. It's got somewhat of a similar vibe. Okay. All right, so remember to book certificate for twitx.nix domain for launch. So twitx.nix, this indicates to us that there is a domain that we need to connect to. And if that's the case, then this is what we're going to do. We need to add this to our etc host file. So we can do that over here. Just call this text editor. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Swipneil Hoke. Thank you. Let's what color are we going to make this? How about we make this orange? Okay. So sudo nano etc hosts. This is how we add hosts to our hostname file. And in this case, let's see, 192.168.212.16. And this is how we associate domain names with custom IP addresses. So after we write this to our etc host file, we should be able to resolve this address. So twitx.nix. But before we do that, I want to take a look at the info.php file. Okay. So CCAA asks, what do you think about Tiny Core Linux distribution? Is it an overall excellent distribution? Sorry for the off-topic questions. So, I mean, I'm a Linux user, but I don't consider myself a very knowledgeable person as far as different distributions of Linux are concerned. But there are people in chat who might be able to answer your question better than I can. So GredXT says, personally, Lubuntu is more functional than TinyCore. Depends on what you need it for. But yeah, I hope you can get your answer. Maybe some of the other people in chat can help you out. Okay, so the important thing about the PHP info or the info.php page is that it gives you a lot of information about the installation of PHP. So personally, I have seen the information on these pages provide a lot of answers for CTF exercises. But in this case, some of the important things that we need to figure out from this page are things like user names and installed, what is it called? Installed modules for PHP. Brian's GGS, hello, nice to see you here. So what are we looking for? I think what we need to look for inside of the PHP info page here are some usernames. Okay. What? Hostname port twitx.twitx.tv. So this is another potential domain. So hostname port twitx.twitx.tv. And they're running as the www user. This is pretty normal. So this is twitx.twitx.tv. This is another thing that we can add to our domains, and we could potentially enumerate this just in case it's got some different. Just in case it's got a different website associated with this domain. Okay, so let's go back into our etc host file. So twitx.nix. And there's also twitx.twitx.tv. We'll associate all of these with the same IP address. Okay. Let's keep on going. So loaded modules. So sometimes the loaded modules in PHP can reveal whether or not it's vulnerable to certain attacks. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy this list of loaded modules, and then I'll go over to our good friend. Our good friend in this case is Claude AI. Let's ask about some questions. So are any of the loaded PHP modules on this website unusual, or unsafe? Okay, and then paste in the list of modules. Let's see what it has to say. Okay, so looking at this list of loaded Apache PHP modules, nothing stands out as particularly unsafe. These are all common, legitimate modules. Okay, mod status. Provides server status information page. Information disclosure if not properly restricted. Okay, so check mod status. So let's see. Server info, status, server status, and status. So the modules themselves aren't unusual. The vulnerabilities and how they're configured in the application code running them. Okay, so let's see. Well, they suggest a bin, like a bash script. That's interesting. Okay, I think search for HT access bypasses. HT access bypasses. That'd be. I mean, accessing HT access itself. You know what? I'll come back to this. I'm just gonna do a quick once over to make sure that there's not anything super unusual happening here in the info.php page. HTTP headers, okay. Calendar, core PHP. I'm pretty sure this is so the PHP version is sometimes vulnerable. We can take a look at. We can do some research real quick for this version of PHP to see if there's any well-known hacks for this one. We're just using the search X. In this case, we don't see any highlights for this version of PHP. Let's try going down a level. So let's just try PHP 8.2. Okay, so this is PHP 8.2.18. 8.2.18. Something tells me that the version of PHP isn't necessarily the problem in this case. So CCAA says, my use case is like writing and surfing the web and doing other light usage, and like to hear other people's opinions on the distribution. I'm considering it for its insanely efficient use of resources. CCAA, you sound like a Linux power user. Unfortunately, I'm not much of a Linux power user, so I don't have very much to say about that distribution. Okay. All right, so I'm just gonna take a quick look to see if there's anything suspicious. I mean, I don't see anything. Oh, we've got a version of MySQL. Okay. So we can also enumerate this. Yeah, well, nothing for MySQL. Alright. OpenSSL. Just in case, we'll also look up the version of OpenSSL. It's possible. Grout says, you're better off using Arch for efficient use of resources, as it is much more supported for daily driving. I'll say myself that I don't use Arch, by the way. It's just something I gotta say. Okay, so what else? Let's see, PHAR. So PHAR, this is interesting because PHAR is sometimes a file extension that we use to get around file upload filters. PHAR, huh? Okay. Sodium. Libsodium. I guess we could look for potential problems with this thing as well. Okay, this is called sodium. Nope. SPL. Woo, we still have quite a bit of stuff to look at. Okay. zlib. Zlib compression. Just to be thorough. Okay, so we haven't identified any vulnerable software versions yet. CCAA says, to be real with you, I'm not a Linux power user. I'm just a person who likes to research a bit. Oh, no worries, no worries. I mean, it's okay if you are a Linux power user. It's okay if you're not a Linux power user. Everything's fine. I mean, I also like using Linux a lot. It's just that I haven't done a lot of deep diving into what the differences are between different Linux distributions. PHP variables. So we got our server host. This could be some really good stuff as well. Okay, document root is var www.html. This is normal. Remote port. Server remote port 34166. I mean, I wonder if this is relevant, because I mean, we didn't find anything on this port. All right. GreatXT says, I'm more partial to Debian-based distros. That's why I mentioned Lubuntu. Unless you're running over a decade-old hardware, there's not much concern with being that lightweight. Okay. PHP credits. I think we're done. And okay, so from here, we've got 2 different domains to take a look at. There's twitx.nix. Twitx.nix. This is a streaming service. Wow. This isn't Twitter or X at all. This is Twitch. What is going on? I'm streaming on Twitch, by the way. Wow, amazing. Okay, we have some obvious. I can't tell if these are AI or like Photoshop. This is probably all AI stuff. Oh wow, okay. We've got some users. El Pinguino de Mario. This is the owner. This is the owner of the Docker Labs website. And they also have a really big YouTube channel. So they're a Spanish speaking they're a Spanish language cybersecurity channel. And what does it say here? I think I want to translate the entire website. Okay, let's translate this website. I didn't expect to see so much fun stuff here. Translate page from Spanish to English. Okay, so there's a countdown. With our streaming service, your data is safer than on a treasure on a desert island. Not even hackers can find the treasure map. He is from Spain. Yup. Okay, so this is El Pinguino de Mario. The hacking plumber will not leave any SSH pipes without examining the port. Okay, this is Jackie something something. Your CTFs, for all I will give you happiness if you get over it. Don't stop looking at your contained on YouTube. Why are these pictures so weird looking? 0sec. He doesn't leave an question unanswered. Okay, so if we've got all these usernames here, we need to add these users to like a username list. Okay, let's about. So twitx.nix, the only streaming service that protects your data more than your mother protects your chocolate chip cookie recipe. Military encryption, firewall fortified, 2-factor authentication, something. Okay, sign up. They've got a. Oh wow, they have an upload. They've got file upload here. What the heck are these pictures? They're funny. They're very, very funny. Okay. Alright, well. So these are potential usernames. Let me go ahead and switch out to the original language. Translate page, show original. Okay, so we're just going to copy these and add them to our usernames list. So echo something to users.txt. So we got El Pinguino de Mario, we've got Jackie something. We've got 0sec. We've got securitors. And the last one, LD pit. Okay. So one thing I want to test before I move on is I want to test the other domain that we found. So the other domain that we found that was referenced in the info was twitx.twitx.tv. So let's see if this resolves to another website or if it doesn't. So HTTP, this thing. So this goes to Debian default page. So this is a Debian default page. We should probably check to see if there's anything on the Debian default page in this case. Just in case there's anything suspicious. I don't think there's anything suspicious here. Okay. So, how should we start attacking this thing? Because we've got file upload down here. So we can register with okay. So before I start uploading stuff and I start, testing out what's going on, we should probably start up Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is a very common security tool for web app hacking, or it's a very common web security tool that you can use to test web applications. Let me start it up, and then we'll start investigating the page using the Burp Suite browser. Okay, and what we want to do is we want to go and open the Burp Suite browser. We've got ads running on Twitch, so we will also run them on YouTube, and here are some birds. Alright, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. GroudXT, I'll answer your question in after the break is over. Well, we're just going to take a break for about 50 seconds. Okay, I think we should be okay now, so let me put the birds away. GroudXT asks, if the Shy Hat is the hat on the frog, but not the frog itself, what is the in-channel lore explanation for the witch hat? Is it a real hat hiding underneath it like a costume, or is it a witch hat, an imposter of the real Shy Hat hat? That's a good question. I think you know what cosplay is? The witch hat is a hat that the other hat wears as a costume. That's what it is. Okay, so twitx.nix. Okay. So here it is. What we want to do is we want to upload a PNG file, because they're looking for a PNG file in here, and I don't know, test.test.com. We're just password, and we need to upload an avatar. So looking for a PNG file. We can probably find like a really small PNG file somewhere. Locate. I think there was something called 1x1 image. So there's example 1x1 image.png in here. Let me just copy this so that I can upload it. Sufficient response. Thank you. Thank you. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to break too much of the lore. So we're just going to copy this thing to the current directory and then upload this. Let's see. This is going to be in the temp directory. Temp. Here it is. Okay, and then upload. Alright, so it looks like it went through correctly. Let's translate that message to make sure that it is proper. Okay, from Spanish to English. Everything went well. Your registration is complete. When the time comes, you'll be able to log in with your username. Okay, great. Well, what we want to do is we want to upload a malicious file, and then, you know, I haven't done this in a while. I haven't done any malicious file upload attacks in a while. So let's take a look. So HTTP history. We've got our send that sent off all our information along with our PNG file. So what we want to do is we want to figure out if we can send a malicious file instead. The first thing we should do is we should figure out where this file was uploaded to. Because when we're dealing with malicious file upload, if we can't find the file, then it's useless to us. So this is what we're going to do. We're just going to do a very quick... Well, let's try like a dirb. So I run dirb to look for some common directories and to twitx.nix. Okay, so did we find an upload directory or not? Index.php, JS, there's an upload and there's a user directory. There's also assets. So, okay, let's see if we can access this upload directory. So if we can just directly access it, then it's probably... we're one step closer. So the upload directory, we can't see anything in here. Okay, let's check what actually happened in the proxy. So get upload response 200 OK. So 200 OK. There's good news and bad news. So the good news is that there's no directory listing on in this directory. The bad news is we need to confirm the name of the file. So the name of the file we uploaded was called what? Okay, so file name example1.png. Let's see if we can find it inside of the uploads directory. Okay, go back here. Not found. Okay, so I wonder if the name of the file is being modified or transformed in some way before it's being saved to the server. Because if we're able to upload malicious files, if we can't find the files afterwards, then it's kind of useless to us. Oh, you know what? So there was also a users directory on the web app. Let's see if we can find it. So users not found. What did we find? We found an assets directory, we found a user directory. Okay, so it's user without the S. Okay, so this is just like a blank Okay, we couldn't find our own user in here. So upload user, there's JS, includes CSS assets. So jQuery is listable, assets image. Okay, so we might be able to take a look at this directory. Okay, code 200, size 0, so yeah. Okay, we got avatars at SVG, we got streamers, we've got... Okay, so this isn't user supplied information here. This is just the stuff that's on the website. Okay, well, this doesn't help us too much. Let's try looking for PNG files in the uploads directory. Upload directory? Upload directory. Okay, so how are we going to do this? I guess what we could do is we'd do some GoBuster. And we're just looking for PNG files. I mean, I guess we could also look for PHP files just for fun. I don't think there's... TXT files, maybe? Alright. So this is the upload directory that we're looking inside right now. And we got 403 forbidden index.html, index.htm. Okay, so this is what is preventing us from seeing stuff. Index.htm. So is this index.htm that we're looking at? Yeah, so this is index.htm. There's nothing here. This is a 0 response. If we look at index.html or PHP, then these files don't exist. Okay, and what can we do with this? Let's try... using a different word list. So user share dirbuster, user share word list dirbuster. Directory list 2.3. Is it directory list 2.3 medium? Okay, so we're just gonna let this run for a little while. See if it finds anything. And in the meantime, what can we do? We can do some standard web app security stuff. We can do some, what is it called? Subdomain enumeration. And let's see. So subdomain enumeration is another type of brute force attack. But let's just give this another, we'll call this FFUF scanning. What fancy color should we give this? So let's make this orange. Okay, so FFUF. We're looking for subdomains. So we know that the base domain of this particular website is twitx, twitx.nix. And we're looking for fuzz.twitx.nix. And I don't think we need to send a custom user agent in this case. But let's see what happens here. Oh. I don't see anything here. What did I do wrong? So host is twitx.nix. Is the host where we need to fuzz? Just a second. I haven't done this in a hot second. I had to look up the command syntax. For a sec. Hello, nice to see you here. Need to fuzz in the host. Okay, okay. So host fuzz.twitx.nix and then http twitx.nix. Okay, so what's going on here? So we see that everything comes back status 200, and we need to filter on this size. So it's 10701. But yeah, thank you very much for letting me know for no sec. Okay, filter on size, this thing. Okay, so it looks like we didn't find any subdomain enumeration. Just need to make sure that... I just need to confirm... twitx.nix. Okay. There was also this twitx.twitx.tv. Make sure to do MC all as well. Okay. MC all. Okay, didn't find anything. So the other lead is this. We know that we can upload. We know we can upload a PNG file as part of the registration process on the website, but we don't know where it gets uploaded to. We know that there's an uploads directory, but the uploads directory doesn't let us see anything here. If we directly try to use the name of the file that we uploaded, it's not the name of the original file. So we just try to tack this on, it doesn't work. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Marco Dominguez. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video to redeem. How about I hack the planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, Warren Buffett asks, do you have any beginner videos that you would recommend to start off with? I mean, it really depends on... Edwin Seb says, fuzz in host. Yeah, I think we did that. We did that. Warren Buffett asks, are there any videos that you can recommend? It really depends on what kind of topic. Which beginner topic are you looking at? Are you talking about like beginner topic for cybersecurity in general, or for web app hacking, or for network hacking, or for, I don't know, digital forensics? Let me know what the topic is specifically, and then maybe I can give you a hand with that. So let's take a look at the request. So the request that we did to upload the thing is this. We submitted a number, an email, a password, password 2, name avatar. So name avatar, file name. The name of the file wasn't modified here. So this is just the name of the file that we uploaded. We upload the thing, but we can't find the file after we upload it. The only thing that we see in the response... Actually, wait. Let's see what happens in the response. So this is just a redirection. Okay, follow redirection. Bad request. Wait, what? So the other thing is this. It gives us a different domain. Twitx.twitx.tv. Web app and network would be nice. The word list seems too small. Let's see. FFUF. So discovery DNS subdomains top 1,005,000.txt. So I mean, I guess it is kind of small. We can try like a larger list. Let's try like a larger subdomains list. Subdomains, well, I mean, there's like a million over here. Let's try this one. So this one actually has a million subdomains. We find, wait. www and mail? Could these actually be like legit? But Edwin said thank you. Thank you for pointing out that the word list seems kind of small. So mail, SMTP, but they got this hashtag here. FurnaceX says, if you're looking for dipping your toes, Pwn function has a good web app security playlist on YouTube. That is entertaining. Oh, sorry, Warren Buffett. Let me get back to you. So, say web app and network would be nice. Yeah, I mean, I've got my own like playlist on YouTube. Let me point you towards it. YouTube, the Shy Hat, and playlists, web app stuff. Let's see. I've got like a web app playlist with a bunch of web app challenges. Just a second. Actually, you know what? I've got a good list. So this one over here, Echo CTF challenges. Yeah, these are good. These are good beginners web app challenges. Here you go. Fernasek asks, over the wire, Natus is web, right? Yeah. Natus is web. Ing Tan Tai, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing some hacking over here. So we finished everything. You got www, mail, SMTP, but I don't know if this is what's status 400. What is status 400 again? HTTP response 400. This is bad request. Cannot and will not process the request is something that is perceived. So, I mean, my guess is that it doesn't... This returned 400 because it was prepended with a hashtag. hcu.cat400. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for letting me know about that, Fernasek. Yeah, because if the subdomain is prepended with a hashtag, I'm pretty sure it's not going to go through. Jack, no, what's up? No, what's up? Wait, you're hacking, but you don't know what a 400 request is. So I know that everything in the 400 range is an error, but I don't know the specific. I know that 403 is forbidden and 404 is not found. But Jano, what's up? If you want to point at me and say, "Hey, you don't know what a 400 request is. You're not a real hacker. You don't know what you're doing. Everything that you say is invalid because you don't know this one thing," then yeah, you're free to leave. Okay, so bad request status code. Server cannot or will not process the request. All right. So, what do we know? Real hackers Google more than you'd think. Well, I mean, I hate it. I hate it when people come into the stream and they say, "Oh, you don't know what this is? You're not a real hacker. You don't know what this is? You're clearly like some sort of amateur." Like, I hate that kind of gatekeeping. We don't have a mental map between all 63 HTTP status codes and what their messages are loaded into your brain. Who cares if you don't know X? But the point is, he found the answer. There are way too many people who refuse to Google when they don't know something. They'll never get far. Lots of haters. Well, listen. I want to erase this gatekeeping. It doesn't help anybody. What is the host OS that you use? The host OS I use is Windows 10. Windows 10 just got sunsetted, and I wonder how long it's going to take for people to go over to the next thing. Okay, so what were we doing? So the in the response, we see that we've got this other thing. So twitx.twitx.tv port 80. And this really makes me think that we need to investigate this. Yeah, I guess, well, if I were to answer too many questions where I don't know what the heck is going on, then, people would be suspect. Time to daily drive Linux. You've been training for this. I've been training for the last few years for this moment, huh? All right. Okay, so when we access this, this other domain, twitx.twitx.tv, we're just greeted with this, Debian default page. So I guess what we could do is we could just do like a directory busting attack. What was I doing this? Okay, so this is brute forcing. You can move to... Wait, what? This RBAS shell, I think I'm stuck in... With only LS and cat available, it's going to be the death of me. Monk, hey, you know what? Let us know what challenge that is. Maybe we can give you a hand. Okay. So this is info.php, JavaScript, note. I think this doesn't actually resolve to twitx.twitx.tv. I guess we could also resolve just twitx.tv to that address as well. That might give us a different response. Let's see. Ferrex Buster is better than GoBuster. Okay. It's just a fun annual CTF put on by our red team here at work. Yeah, I mean, when you're in a jail shell, it's... You want to figure out if you've got access. You only have access to ls and bin. What was it? Let me take a look. Our bash shell I'm stuck in with only ls and cat available. Okay. ls and cat. Just a second. Let me just edit the etc host file again. Sudo nano. ls and cat. Well, I mean, it's a restricted shell. I'm guessing that there's some sort of flag in there. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's see if I can access this. So this is twitx.twitx.tv resolves to this, But what about just Twitx.tv? This is still the Debian default page. Challenge is titled Lateral Movement. Unfortunately, doubt there is a flag here. I mean, what I would do is I would check to see if there's only LS and... Oh, you know what? I think I remember there was one challenge where there was a restricted shell, and I think it was like $0, and that spawned a new shell. So why don't you try the $0 payload and see if it works. Yeah, give it a try. Sometimes it'll spawn denied. Okay, I guess that doesn't work. Yeah, wish I could help more. I've seen that more times than I can count in here. Are you talking about the $0? I mean, I didn't even know about the thing. Okay, so what else can we do with this? We can do more. We can do more FFUF scanning. So let's try Twitx.tv. Okay, so Twitx.tv, the filter size is going to be the same, 10701. Don't see anything here. So this the same stuff that happened in the previous. LS user bin local user bin. Oh, have you tried adding the? Have you tried adding the regular export? Have you tried exporting the rest of the path? So what is it? What is it called? So something like export path equals path path and then bin user bin whatever like this. Give it a try. It's been a while since I've checked in. How's it going? Hello, nice to see you here, Julian. What is up? There's a web page for this box. Is it port 80? Yeah, there's port 80. There's a few different domains that we need to check out. Where are we? So, twitx.tv. There's twitx.tv. We didn't find any other domains here. Brute forcing, FFUF, so yeah, we weren't able to find any subdomains there. Let's try it on Twitx fuzz.twitx.twitx.tv. Maybe there's an additional subdomain. So subdomains within subdomains. Okay, what are all the other open ports? I guess just check export-p and see what's around. What are all the other open ports? I think we should do one more nmap. So we'll do another nmap on the thing. And we'll do it a little bit slower. There's port 80, there's port 22. Sorry, still thinking about rbash. No worries. I kind of like restricted shells as well, because restricted shell puzzles are pretty fun. Export is also denied. That's unfortunate. Can you bring up the env? Does the env command work? Okay, so Twitx.nix. Okay, what about wait, did we also... Yeah, we didn't find anything important here. So there's no uploads directory. There is PHP info and that note. Let me take a look at the note again. So something, the domain twitx.nix, we need to do something to it. We need to register it. Can you run echo? Yeah, Monk, can you run echo? env is also denied. Export is denied. It seems like they really put you in a jail here. There's a JavaScript directory, there's a server status with forbidden. There's a JavaScript directory. Well, I mean, let me try looking in the JavaScript directory. Maybe there's something hidden in there. Forbidden, you don't have access to this resource. Okay, well, I guess what we could do is we could search inside that directory. Okay, well, if we're looking in the JavaScript directory, we might as well be looking for JavaScript files. Okay, and yeah, I'm starting to run out of things to do. Ethereal, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so this is a bad request. Bad request. Error. Oh, existing user and email. Okay, so I guess we can't send more than the same... We can't send the same request with the same email. Alright, let's go back. Where were we? So we can send the same, we can probably send the same JPEG file. We just need to change our email address. So the email address and the name. Okay, we'll send this. In the response, found, follow redirection, bad request. Why does this result in a bad request now? So it goes from found to bad request. Let's do this manually. So in the web app, we're just going to go over to twitx.nix landing page. Okay, so streamers, registration is here. We can do this manually again. Okay. So, I don't know, HackerFrog and email hack@hack.frog or hack.com. Password. And choose this file again. Register. Okay, so registration is complete. Yeah, this is some game background music. This is from enjoying an oatmeal cookie and some YouTube. Awesome, yeah. You know what? You know what's better than an oatmeal cookie? A warm oatmeal cookie. Try popping that in the microwave for like 5 seconds, and it's going to make it a much better experience. The Turnip says, do R bash shells allow for any scripting? Because if they do, you could script ls to enumerate the file system with ls maybe, and then cat the flag. So, you know, another question, Monk, is can you run commands with SSH? I'm assuming that you're logging in through SSH. Can you run SSH and then what is the word? Can you run SSH and then run commands through SSH? Neems, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing this box over here. It's called Twitx from Vulnyx. I used to do that when working at McDonald's. Oh, with the oatmeal cookies, yeah. McDonald's actually had some pretty good cookies. I will say, I like the cookies, well, I mean, I like most cookies. But the ones from McDonald's are pretty good. The ones from Subway are also pretty good, although Subway itself is not that great. Every once in a while, I get the urge to have like a Subway sub, but the things are awful. They're straight up awful. When the time comes, have you tried to access the page from the future? From the future? I mean, that's interesting because they've got a like some sort of countdown here. Let's see what it says. Next release October 22nd, 2025. So that's 2 days. How do we access it? Well, you can access it from the future by modifying your date header. So, you know, that's a good idea. October 22nd. Well, I mean, we could. Yeah. Okay. Let's try that. Let's try that. So proxy. This is just. Let's just get the page. Send it to the repeater. Send. In the response, let's do the render view. So the render view looks like this, and it says 1 day something something. Okay. Let's send the same thing. Fernosec suggests modifying your date header. So the date header, what does the example date header look like? So does it look like this? And is the date header just this? It has an example in the response headers. That's true. Okay. In the response, date equals this. So just copy this and then add a couple of days to it. So we're just going to go from 21st to 23rd, and then send it off. Okay, let's see what it looks like in the... It still gives the same response here. It still says 1 day and 3 hours. Let's try another date. Send. Still says 1 day. Is this all happening in the JS? That's a good question. Let's go over to You know what? One thing I didn't do. I didn't take a look at the page source for the landing page. Okay, so we got the scripts. Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. So this stuff is happening in JavaScript. Okay, let's take a look at these in some new tabs. So there's countdown and there's scripts.js. What's that date finish? Can you just change that? Date finish? var date finish. Wow, that's a good catch. It's a good catch. Let's see if we can set var date finish to something else. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so we're here, so we need to go into the JavaScript console. Ang Tantai, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we're gonna go into, I don't know, more tools, developer tools. Where's the console? Here it is. Console. Don't paste in your DevTools console that you don't understand or haven't reviewed yourself. Please type allow pasting. Okay, allow pasting. Okay, var date finish equals new date, or so let's see, 10/22. So let's change this from 22 to 20. And what happens now? Did something happen? I missed it. Missed it? Up there was a new button. Oh, log in. Oh, that's true. Okay, now there's a login button. Okay, so log in. Yeah, okay, Furnace, you know what? You're helping me a lot. Thank you. Okay, email is test@test.com. Yeah, we set the password to password. And then log in. Okay, and I guess we've got a My Profile page over here. Okay, so this is where the profile picture is. So if the profile picture is here, we can open the image in a new tab. And okay, I mean, I guess we don't need to know. I mean, this is impossible to guess. It's impossible to guess what is in here. But we can upload like a web shell. So if we can upload a web shell, then we can access the page, and then we can get some remote code execution from the web shell. I've got a suspicion that PHAR is the bypass for this particular thing. Let's go back. Okay, so intruder, dashboard, proxy, and what was the post? This is the post request right here that we used to send off our request. Wait. User already registered. Okay, we don't want that. We want this. Nope, we don't want this. Hold on, I gotta do a whole new one. The URL on the profile page also looks weird. Okay, let's you know, every time I do one of So name tests, email test@test.com. So this is the profile. We got a picture, and then we've got. I mean, it doesn't look that weird. Oh, the URL. Okay, so private.php folder equals user and file equals profile.php. Oh, file equals profile.php. That's pretty suspicious. Not found. Didn't find etc. password. Unfortunate. Although yeah, that is pretty suspicious looking. True. Okay, so let's figure out how to upload a malicious file. Folder equals upload. Where is it? Folder equals user and file. Folder equals user and file equals profile.php. I mean, can we switch this to... Yeah, I mean, the question is, can we switch this to upload.php? No. Or index.php. Okay. Anyways, let's just do the regular. Can you point it to render using private.php to render your image as PHP? Can you point it to render using private.php? That's okay. What are we doing? File equals private.php. Not found here. But what were you trying to do? Page source. Okay, so this is just the PNG file. Whenever it's changed your upload profile pics file name as well. So let's see. Folder equals upload and file equals blah 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 random file name that PNG. Okay, let me see if I can get this to go. Let's put this in another tab. And let's grab the PNG file name. So folder equals upload and file equals the PNG file. Oh wow. That's funny. Furnosec, jeez. So if we manage to upload like a legitimate PHP file, then we could get the PHP code to execute by using this method here. Alright. Well, let's start crafting that payload. Okay, so let's do the registration thing again. Oh, we're logged in right now. We have to log out. Log out. Okay, so let's register another username. So hacker the Shy Hat email shyhat@frog.com. Okay, we need a password, my favorite password, and then upload an avatar. So an avatar, let me grab the contents of the other thing that we uploaded. Actually, wait. Let's see if we can... So this is an example image 1x1.png. We're just gonna go in here and we're gonna edit it using good old Nano. Okay, so I think all we need to do is we just need to include the PNG file header or the magic bytes. Everything after here, say, we're just going to delete it. And then everything after this, we're going to put in like a very simple PHP web shell. So the easiest PHP web shell, I can't remember what the exact payload is. Let's Google it real quick. Actually, wait. I'm pretty sure they've got it in some examples here. Locate web shell. So we need PHP web shells. Okay, simple backdoor. Find socket PHP backdoor. Which one's the smallest? So the smallest one is this one here. We could probably get more like simpler than this. I mean, I suppose we can just use this. Let's give it a try. Okay, we're editing it over here. Here, okay. Something like PHP get system command, it's fine. I mean, it's about the same thing. It's still using this CMD URL parameter. Let's try saving that. And we'll save this as a PHAR. Because I saw this particular file extension, and I'm pretty sure that this should be able to bypass the filter. If there's a filter in place. I'm pretty sure there's a filter in place. Okay, so choose the file. We'll choose this PHAR file. Okay, register. And what does it say? Error something something PNG. Okay. So, I mean, it's not registering as a PNG file. Let's go into burp and see what's going wrong. Let's go over to the repeater. Okay, we submit the shy hat. Yeah? Okay. So, I think we didn't include enough of the magic bytes. It's rendering the PNG as text anyways. Why call the name PHAR? Okay. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then we can just call it PNG and see if this works. Okay, follow redirection. Bad request. You know what's unfortunate? We can't change... From what I saw, we weren't able to change the... We weren't able to change the profile picture from the application. But where are we? So this is tests. Let's log out. and then try logging in as another user. So where's the login page? Oh, do we need to do the console command again? Yeah, okay. Alright, so where was it in the code? var date finish. We need to change this thing again. Developer tools, console. Date is going to be today. Okay, now we've got the login button. So login, username. Oh, what did I submit? shyhat@frog.com. Okay, password. Login. Okay, now that we're logged in, we should be able to see our... Not a valid user. Okay, so that's not a valid user. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to do this all over again. You know what? Let's make this a PNG file. Move example, whatever. Why is the thing most zoomed in? I mean, I zoom into the thing. I zoom into the thing so that everybody can see everything properly. It's okay. All right, let's put in an ad. We're doing a water break. So enjoy the birds. We'll be back in just a second. Gotta have a little bit of water. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. So hopefully this will be okay as far as the contents are concerned. I'm a little bit concerned that the magic bytes still aren't okay for this example.png. But maybe it'll be okay. I'll try registering this account. You can xxd the example.png. .png. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it should be okay. Should be 8950, 4E47, 347, 0D0A, 0A, A1A, A0. Oh, I think this should be okay. Alright, let's give it a try. We need to come up with another username. Alright, how much more time are we going to devote to this? I'll devote at least 30 minutes more to this, and then we'll see what's going on then. I try not to go too far over time on my current streams, because otherwise my whole schedule gets screwed up. Also, doing file example.png will tell you if file believes it's a PNG. Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's register again. Name. I don't know. I don't know. Email, I don't know. I don't know at example.com. Password. Password. Okay, and then choose an avatar. Okay. Register. Okay, so it registered correctly. Now let's try logging in. So we just need to go over to the console again. Oh, just a second, I need to... Before you hit the console, I need to get that variable name again. Bam, bam, bam. Where is it? Down at the bottom. Okay. I mean, the way this challenge was written, I like it. I like the complexity. For getting this file upload attack done. Is this a bug bounty program? No. This is just a cybersecurity exercise. I can get the name of the exercise for you if you want to try this out yourself. Too good to be true. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so email is I don't know at example.com. Password is this. Okay, so don't need to save this. My profile. I've got an avatar here. It's, well, it's funny. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the name of that file, and we can give the file upload attack a try. So this is folder equals upload, and file equals this, and cmd equals who am I. Yeah, we got it. We got it. This is Bicho Cacaria. I don't know what Bicho Cacaria is. Saint of Vice, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, we've got those are some fun symbols. We've got Mars, and we got PNG, and we got WW data. Okay, we got to be good to be true. I'm very new. I have very basic knowledge. I'm still trying to do the basic Try Hack Me tutorials. I'm very interested in watching and learning from people who are good at this. Well, I mean, what are you learning right now? You're learning Try Hack Me stuff, basic Try Hack Me tutorials. Are you? I think you don't necessarily have to learn from Try Hack Me stuff. I think another good resource for learning about hacking in general is something like Pico CTF. So I've got a playlist with a bunch of Pico CTF exercises. They're bite-sized little challenges, but they can teach you a lot. Okay, so what are we doing now? So we got code, remote code execution. You know, listen, if Fernosec hadn't pointed out the profile page having a bunch of, what is it called? URL parameters, I don't know if I would have been able to identify this. So the PHP is encoded an image, and then when that image is rendered, it renders the PHP and runs it. So yeah, I mean this page is called like private.php. Let me put it in, I don't know, our text editor. So this is the URL here. I guess we don't need to pay attention to anything but this part. So right here, this PHP page, it takes in a couple of parameters. It takes in like a folder, like a web folder. So the web folder is upload in this case, and you have to specify a file. So the file in here is this one, this PNG file. Because the PNG file is being rendered by the PHP page, any PHP code inside of the PNG file will be executed as PHP, and we managed to slip in some PHP code for a web shell into our profile picture. So yeah, you're correct. So the PHP is encoded into the image, and when the image is rendered, it also renders the PHP code because it's being run on a PHP server with the PHP engine running. So what do we do from this point? So from this point, we can do all sorts of enumeration. My favorite thing to do is what directory are we in? So we're in var www.twitx.nix. Okay. And what file permissions do we have for this directory? So we got assets, we got index.php. We own this directory, so we can write anything we want to this directory. That's good. So what I usually like to do to get remote access is I like to create an elf binary with the venom. So the venom is this program right here, and just a second. Thanks, I'll check out your videos. I won't lie, most of the stuff that you're saying right now, it sounds like a foreign language to me. Do you have a Discord? I have questions. No worries. Yeah, we've got a Discord. There you go. So I think... What's a good place to start? Too good to be true. What were you thinking of training for inside of cybersecurity? Were you thinking of training for, you know, something for, I don't know, web app like web app security testing or network security testing, or just like technology in general, or digital forensics? A good thing to do is to figure out what specialization you want to do. Because if you can choose a specialty, you can narrow down a lot on what kind of training you want to do. Because, you know, there's so many different specializations in cybersecurity, you don't want to start training for everything because it's way too much to cover. Anyways, let me get the payload I want to do. Okay, so this is the payload I want to do over here to create an ELF binary that creates a reverse shell connection. I just need to make sure that this is... I think this is the correct IP address. And it'll create something called reverse.elf. Let me double check. Let me double check my IP address. So my IP address on ETH0, so it is .10. So I need to adjust this. Okay. Okay, so we've got we have our reverse shell file that we need to upload. For a sec, it says I can't learn carpentry, electronics, plumbing, welding, HVAC, landscaping, and painting, but they're all trades. That's true. That's true. To get any meaningful training done, you need to hyper specialize, because it's being a generalist is not I mean, I guess I can consider myself a generalist because I learned all these different categories to teach people. But if you want to be successful in the cybersecurity field, you should probably hyper specialize. So people who do like web app testing, they only do web app testing, and people who do reverse engineering, they only do reverse engineering. Not to say that, you know, most people don't have a little bit of knowledge about everything, but you want to hyper specialize. Romy R says, "Hi, I'm new." Hello, Romy R. Nice to see you here. We're just trying to get some hacking done over here. Okay, so we need another tab. I'll call this one localhost services. And we're going to host a web page here with Python. Python M, HTTP server on port 80. Okay. I consider myself a jack of all trades. Guess what I master? Yeah, I can relate. But Romy, hello. Trying to convert from sim racing user to programming user. Sim racing user to programming user. I mean, sim racing's pretty. I mean, I think sim racing's pretty cool. But you're talking about you want to become a programmer, you say. I would say that if you want to be a programmer, you really have to ask yourself what you want to be programming first, because depending on what you want to program, you might be learning a different programming language. There's no one programming language that does everything. Usually you're creating a reverse shell. Yeah, I'm creating a reverse shell right now. Too Good to Be True says, I was looking into a video of someone using Burp Suite. I don't know which path that is exactly, but I believe it's web hacking. But I'm probably wrong. I've got a good YouTube playlist for getting into web app hacking. And web app hacking, this one over here for Echo CTF, this is really good. Let me grab that. The other playlist I would say that's good for beginning to do web app stuff is probably the one for Hades CTF. Where is it again? Hades CTF challenges. Okay, let me grab that. Sunny says, are you creating a reverse shell? Yeah, reverse shell. Saqib Ahmad, hello, nice to see you here. Bad at AD hacking in Windows Privask. Yeah, I can hear that. Linux versus Kali Linux. I mean, I use Kali Linux because all of my security tools are here. Some people prefer to do hacking without Kali Linux. They just install all the tools that they need. I don't consider myself advanced enough to be able to pick and choose all of the tools that I want. Most of the time, I just use Kali Linux because the stuff is all there. Did I hear the full phrase? Not in a long time ago. Evening all. C, hello, nice to see you here. Somebody asked, why not Black Arch? Why not Black Arch? I prefer things simple, and Black Arch is, yeah, it doesn't sound super simple. Maybe one day. Maybe one day after I become better at using Linux, but not today. All right, localhost services. We're hosting our reverse shell. We just need to upload it and then execute it. So over here, I'm gonna prepare my reverse shell listener. Okay, thank you very much for subscribing, Saqib Ahmad. Thank you very much, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to just run some web shell commands to upload the reverse shell binary to our system here. So wget our IP address, our attacker IP address. reverse.elf with wget, and then let's see if it actually uploaded. It doesn't look like it uploaded. Hold on. Localhost services was not accessed. Let me double check my IP address. Yeah, this is my IP address. It should be able to... Let me see if I can ping out to it. I mean, there's no reason why I wouldn't be able to ping out to it. Hold on. So ping C4 my IP address. IPCBRA. Sequibamod says, "Do you know the hacking game Bitburner?" I've heard of it. So yeah, we can access. The farmer was replaced. Looks fun. I was looking into that. I might be able to. I might be playing that sometime in the next month or so. I just have too many games to play on stream, and I only play games like every once in a while, like maybe once every stream, or once every other stream. Okay, so ping works. Which wget? So there's no wget. That's the problem. What about curl? We might be able to download with curl. Which curl? Let's try it again. No curl either. So if we can't upload using curl, actually, maybe there's no which. There is which. Okay. Defus, hello, nice to see you here. And thank you very much for following Ranger 1999. Thank you. Okay, so Defus says, I kind of like how the OGs are scared of Arch. OGs are scared of Arch. Linux, because the younger generation tells them how it's hard to use or whatever. I've tried it. It's Linux. It's not harder than Debian or anything. It's a little different. I mean, the question is, how much benefit do you get out of using Arch versus how much of a headache is it to install Arch? What methodology? What are you trying to escalate? Oh, we're just trying to upload a reverse shell. So we got. I'm just trying to figure out how we can download. So how we can upload something to a target. None. It's Linux, so you can do Linux stuff. I mean, is there no benefit? Is there no benefit to using Arch Linux then? Upload a rev shell on web and then call back on your terminal. Yeah, something like that. It's just that there's no, what is it called? There's no wget and there's no curl on this target. I mean, there is PHP, so we might be able to upload from the target or download using PHP. I'm not too sure what the syntax is. I mean, the other thing we could do is we could just be super direct and just start doing some reverse shell commands right now. That's not what I prefer to do. Let's see if I can look this up. PHP download one-liner. The only real difference between Linux distributions is the package manager, how often packages are updated, and how bloated the install comes out the gate. What's the machine's target IP? So simple backdoor, no. PHP downloads. What is the machine IP? I mean, the machine IP is... I mean, the exercise we're doing is this one over here. The machine IP is, I don't know, was it 192? Actually, it's associated with the domain. Using Arch is not hacking, to be honest. I'm not an Arch user. I'm not as good into cybersecurity. Shy Hat, okay. php dot dot php and then file out the rest. Okay, just let me check in with the AI. Want to use a PHP one-liner command to download a web page. What would that look like? So C says PHP and then fill out the rest. So is it PHP and then ://HTTP something something? At a certain point, you'll want to actually maintain your tool installs and things, since repos can't always keep you up to date, inject things, especially in the AD world where stuff just breaks. Let's see. Excuse me, sir. Your Kali is showing. Yeah. I mean, why would I want to hide my Kali? Let's see. I'm a big fan of Arch Wiki, that I'll say, centralizing. I would agree that the basic Arch installation is easier and way less intrusive than any Windows installation ever was. Okay, PHP R, echo get file contents, save to drive. Well, I mean, I do want to save it to the drive. PHP R, file put contents, using curl. There's no curl. Let's see if this thing works. Okay, so PHP R, file put contents, page.html. We want to save it as reverse.elf. And we want to get it from our Kali machine. Does this box have wget curl? No, no wget curl. Nope. File get contents. Let's see. To this reverse.elf. Let's see if this thing works. Kubuntu is life and Kali is the almighty. Can you refresh my memory what Kubuntu is? Alright. Let's see if we can get this up and running. So we got our commands. Was my... Okay, it was downloaded. It was accessed and downloaded. So I just need to see if it was actually... if it actually ends up in the folder. Okay, we got reverse.elf here. Great. All we need to do is make it executable. And then execute the darn thing. Okay, do I get my remote shell? Yup. Okay, awesome, awesome. Alright everybody, we managed to successfully upload our reverse shell binary and then execute it. So we've got access to the machine. So before we call out... Oh, there's no Python 3. Is there Python? There's no Python? Okay. Which... Is there this script? Okay, so we can... Summy M says, how long have you been doing CyberSec? Yeah, I started doing my cybersecurity education back in 2020. So it hasn't been 5 years yet, but we're getting close. I think giving the distro a different name, because you put a different www manager in the install is so silly. Wait until you hear about Labubu. The Labubu distribution. Okay, so yeah, there's no Python. Actually, wait, which Python 2? There's no Python 2. There's PHP. There's script. Only started this April. Yeah, I mean, no worries. Everybody is on their own journey to doing cybersecurity stuff. How do you use script to upgrade your Netcat shell? Actually, I'll ask here. How do I use the script Linux command to upgrade a Netcat shell? I've done it before, but I don't... How is your Kali fast? How is my Kali fast? I mean, it just really depends on how many resources you give to it. Okay, upgrade the shell using script. Script qc bash dev null. In the netcat shell, run this, or the simpler version. I mean, I'm pretty sure I just want to do something like this. Hold on. Okay, I don't want to do like a full upgrade sequence. I don't think I need to do it. Okay, I think all I need to do is this. Do you think AI will take cyber jobs? I think it will eventually take cyber jobs. Immediately, it's being used as a tool to assist people who do, you know, pen testing stuff. Okay, so now we've got a better prompt. Nice. And Hanuka, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. NLVP does a job of listening. Why are you upgrading? I want a what is it called? What is it called? I want an interactive terminal. So if you don't upgrade your terminal, then you can't do stuff like put in your password and such. Anyways, let me call up Scary Hacker Voice Man so that we can talk about how we broke into this box. So Scary Hacker Voice Man is my friend, and he tells everybody about how we broke into these different servers. Just a second. Which distro do you use? Interactive terminal. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, everybody, here we go.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Twitx Administrator, it seems like you have PHP pages which render images as PHP code. Well, that is a big mistake. We were able to identify the page that renders PHP code on your website, and then we were able to upload an image with PHP code and then render it using that special page. Well, maybe you knew about these security flaws in your application, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, let me catch up with chat. Wow, lots of messages today. Cypher says I can't do as well as you can after 5 years. I'm pretty sure you could. I wouldn't say that I'm like a super remarkable person, but I have been doing this pretty consistently, and it's just about sticking to the education. Okay, so C says, let's see, you wanted to do an upgrade via Python. I also thought of that before you showed that there was no Python. Yeah, there's a lot of tools that are not present on this box. Okay, so let's see. AI will probably optimize jobs at some point, which will decrease the jobs in the industry, but probably won't make it go away for a while. Let's see. Defus says, for the benefits of Arch compared to others, I don't see any. I don't see any benefits of Arch, really. Okay. I currently use an Arch distribution as my main because it supports NVIDIA GPUs, media, and gaming very well. Okay, I have several production servers running. I would never think about switching them from Debian to something else because Debian just runs forever and is super reliable. Twan says, I just joined and I thought that guy was you. No, that guy's not me. Let's see. Sumi says, bro, any beginner labs that you recommend? Saint says, let me catch up with chat. Ever heard of Zeno's Paradox? No, I don't know what Zeno's Paradox is. Let me know about that. Fernosec says, I've been working in Pettis for coming up on 5 years. That is some resume, yeah. So it says, Ubuntu is the most reliable, to be honest. I use Arch, by the way. I recommend Debian. Guess how good is Arch? So you recommend Debian, you use Arch. So Arch has to be better than Debian because you use Arch, right? Okay, we got man, it's usually time for me to end stream, but I'll spend an extra 15 minutes. Just because we just got on this box, and I'm hoping that we can finish the box quickly. That's probably not the case. Let's go into the home directory. Let's figure out, okay, there's Lenum and there's timer. So we can read things in the timer users directory. 50 minutes. No, not 50 minutes. I can't do 50 minutes. Okay, so timer. CD timer. Okay, streamers numbers.txt. All right. What is this file? Streamers number.txt. What? Is there nothing in here? Maybe this is being used in a script. It was a nerd joke. Let's see. Zeno's paradox is an argument used in calculus to define limits. In short, you never reach the end. Ah, I see. Can't try nano. I mean, I don't necessarily need to use nano on any of these files, because, I mean, if anything, I would use XXD. The thing is that there's only 1 byte in this streamer's number file. Streamer's number. There's no XXD on this box, though. Wouldn't you know it? Henke Lodwig tried to check what kind of file is this. Oh, that's a good question too. File. There's probably no file. There's file command is not found. There's no file command either. Okay, let me see if I can get some other OST running, some other music. Actually, let's try some. Did we play this one already? Oh, wait. How about... Yeah, this one. Strings, maybe? Yeah, maybe. I mean, we tried to use the cat. There's only 1 byte in here. Okay, since the app has registration and login, does it have DB creds? Check if there are any other users. No file command. At this point, I'm out of the machine. It's a honeypot for sure. Yeah, well... Alright, let's try going into the website directory. Okay, so there's note, info.php, index.html. There's also the twitx.nix, so twitx.nix. Okay, so what should we be looking at for? Oh, there's an includes directory. Interesting. Checked users opt other directories. Stat that file. William Riker. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Is that a Star Trek reference? Okay, there's the upload. There's the user. Yeah, are there other users? So it's just index.html and profile.php. Profile.php? Oh yeah, okay. So I think... So there's also private.php, which we took advantage of earlier. Yeah, so this is basically, this is the PHP page that we use to get remote command execution. All right. As a nerd, I can confirm that is a Star Trek reference. Yeah, as another nerd, I can also confirm that. Includes folder left neglected. Let's take a quick. So we got about, config, footer, functions, index.html, modals, streamers.php. This looks weird. What could tac.php be? New streamer's number. Oh, file put contents. File put contents. Streamer's number.txt number? What were the file permissions on that file? Home timer streamers number.txt. So this is a readable file. We can't write to it. Okay. Yes, I love it when my user is writing var www twit includes tac.php as a scheduled task. So normal and cool. So normal and cool. Real life scenarios for the win. I mean, do you think that this could be an example you'd see on a production server? Oh, I own this file. I own this file. Huh. Hold on. I mean, this is probably being run as this is probably being run as a cron job. What's a knockout like you doing in a computer-generated gin joint like this? That's a classic line. I don't remember which episode that's from, but that's some Star Trek: The Next Generation stuff right there. And I can't. Was it Riker that said that, or was it somebody else that said it? Streamers.php. Okay, well, I mean, I don't think there's anything super important going on here. There's also config, cat config.php. Oh, wow, look at this. So we've got, yeah, PDO is used for DB stuff in PHP. Couldn't have creds. PDO, I mean, we've got some stuff here. So localhost user twitxdb user, sure. Password is this. Database is this. So, I mean, is this MySQL or MariaDB? There's both. Okay, so I mean, we could probably break into the database and start looking for some credentials. Unfortunately, I think we're gonna we're not gonna be able to finish this box today, because it's already 8:40 over here. I need to get going. But you know what? We'll come back to this. Maybe we'll feels neglectful not to take a look at bash RC and bash history. isimtac.php is going to let us pivot over to that other user. Probably, and we probably want to do some enumeration in the database as well, just in case there's somebody's reused password in there as well. Yeah, probably. All right, I'll come back to this box next time. Let's talk about what's happening in the next stream. So this is this week's schedule, and if you're not on the Reddit, you can get. Is this a recap of the Twitch hack from 2001? Could be, because you know how they love running PHP on everything, right? Okay, so this was Monday, October 20th, and the next stream is going to be on October 22nd. It's going to be on Wednesday. This is going to be Web App Wednesday. We're going to do the Hack the Web CTF game. We're going to be doing web app hacking. We're going to be doing, what is it? SQL injection, Boolean, and time-based stuff. That's a barrel of laughs. We're going to be doing some web app hacking demos over at Pico CTF, and we're going to be doing some new web app hacking challenges over at picoctf.org as well. So all this is going to be happening on Wednesday at the same time that we did everything today. Okay, so let's think about who we're going to be raiding into over at InfoSec Streams. So InfoSec Streams is a website where there's a bunch of different InfoSec creators. So I am streaming right now, so I'm on the list, the Shy Hat. There's also people like CybeardSec, TopClean, Slyborg, HackSmarter, Panico, BlazeBits. These are all different cybersecurity creators who do live streaming and YouTube stuff. Any asks, is Kali your daily driver distro? I don't think very many people use Kali Linux as their daily driver distro, because there's some things that Kali Linux just doesn't do very well, and there's no real benefit to using your hacking distribution as your daily driver. It's probably better to keep it to keep everything separated. Your hacking stuff is in one VM, and your regular personal stuff is in another VM. I used Kali as my daily driver when I was getting into Linux. Stuff was unstable. I mean, I believe that. But listen, thank you very much to everybody who came by today to chat, and especially for people who are very helpful in pointing out vulnerabilities like Fernosec. Thank you. And Defus, always glad to see you in the chat, my friend. Let me take a look at Twitch to see who's streaming right now. I think there might be like science streams or somebody else that we could write into. If anybody has any suggestions on who to raid, let us know. Otherwise, we could raid into Computer Booter. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, GradXT. Thank you. Yeah. I'm trying to upgrade a laptop with a Kali SSD instead of USB boot. Is it a bad idea? I mean, SSD for Kali is not a bad idea. As long as you're not using it as your daily driver laptop, that should be fine. Actually, Syntax 976, are they? Oh, this is a person who does hacking. But they also do a lot of like DJ stuff. So this person here was featured on Darknet Diaries, but their but their Twitch stuff is purely DJing stuff. Or I guess they're playing some games right now. All right, everybody, why don't we try doing some We'll try raiding into them to see what's going on with them. This person does like hacking as their job, so you can feel free to ask about hacking stuff over there. I'm pretty sure. We'll raid into Syntax 976. Okay, so the speeds are too, let's see, unbearable with USB. And sorry, nerd joke. Thank you. Thank you. All right, everybody. Who's ready to raid? When you arrive on the channel, please give this raid message. Ooh, OS Frog. Hip Hop Hack. OS Frog. All right, everybody. See you on Wednesday. Ready to raid in 3, 2, 1. Is that Elite Dangerous? This is Elite Dangerous. HackerFrogs out.